All right. What's up, everybody? First things, Murph is not on here right now. My name is Aaron or Orion. I run the Phloxem stream. Murph is not feeling great, so I am stepping in to. Ooh, can you guys see me? They don't have it up on the screen yet in the hall, so it makes me think we're not live, but I think we're good. Somebody in chat, please just make sure we're doing okay and audio is good. Anyways, Murph is not feeling great, so I am stepping in to cast the Archon semifinals here. Um, should be starting very soon. Okay. Ketzer says we're good to go. Thanks, Ketzer. So, they're doing the pairings right now. We're doing Archon here. We've got 4 awesome decks. Excited to see this. It's been an incredible weekend. I'm sure you guys have gotten to see a lot of it. Huge thanks to both Fudginator and TTR for streaming these. It's been a weekend to remember for sure. If you don't know, I'll take a look at the decks here really quick because I was just looking at them. So we've got a Call of the Archons deck, mass mutation deck, and then 2 woe decks. And what's really cool about the woe decks is there's 1 scholar and 1 fish. So there's actually like 2 woe decks is a little bit more than I would have liked to see. But it's still better variety than I expected. It could have easily been a lot of scholars. There was a lot of scholars here this weekend, both in Archon and Alliance. But I'm super excited to see what happens here. I'm still learning how to use his setup too, so just making sure I'm watching the table for when we're ready to go. I don't know what all he's talked about. So I can talk about my experience so far. Again, huge thanks to Ghost Galaxy. It's been an incredible weekend. I think the Menagerie is a huge step up from Unchained last year. I know a lot of people had fun with Unchained last year, but the Menagerie has been incredible. It's been a blast. So really excited about those. People playing tons of games compared to the Dallas Vault Tour, which I got to go to. I probably played 3 times as many games of Keyforge this weekend. Not getting tired of it or anything. It's been really fun. Um, yeah, they've run a great event. Grim Reminders last night was really cool. It's a set. It's gonna be a little bit terrifying. But there's also some really fun stuff. Really interesting decision spaces with how you interact with your discard pile and stuff. And so I'm really excited for that to be launched. Um, I know Murph got to do a deck opening on stream, so I'm really excited for that. But really, today we're just here to celebrate these top 4 in both, and just get to see some great Keyforge. And thought they were starting. I didn't have enough material to keep us going. Um, we've got the decks on the table. See if I can see that. Let's go ahead and transition here, and we'll get the players in. Okay, so we've got the table mic. 1 sec. I remember how to. Okay, so we've got Ashitaka and Sawa. So get
Alrighty, well,
these up
Super
here
Ashitaka
quick.
będę
Sorry, this is gonna be a lot less polished than Murphy's been doing. He uses a different
Sorry?
setup
Yeah.
than I
Yes.
do, so I'm kind of learning
And
some
you are
things here.
what deck are you on again?
Symbol.
You're on symbol.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So just so you know, pulling the
On the
belt.
line.
Here, if you don't mind, can I open it up and put it on? Make sure it's prominently displayed on screen.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
The belt is the most important
I at least
part of it.
held it for a day. We'll see.
So just so you are aware, the play area that is visible on screen is everything with inside the black.
Inside the okay.
Inside the black. So
Okay.
refrain from putting any game pieces on the blue, as a stream will not be able to see it. There is table audio, so the world can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, this is a belt
So
match.
don't get me
Who had
demonetized.
Sorry for the world.
who had the belt from
My
in
accent,
Archon?
of course.
I know June had it
You
in.
have very good English, Mr. Doctor. And yeah,
Watch the language.
June
boy.
loses already.
Watch the language.
I know.
I haven't been able to track.
I haven't had to mute the table mic
I'd ask the
yet this
TTR guys, but
weekend,
they're
and hopefully
already
it stays that way.
going on their stuff.
Make sure to keep clear and concise game areas. So make sure everyone knows what's the archive, what's the discard, all that stuff. I mean that's good game practice, but make sure to stream. And most importantly, good luck. Have fun.
Okay, so we've got the Scholar deck. That's
So
visible now.
enjoy. Have a good game, and yeah, you'll be.
Let's see. I
All
not
right.
100% sure.
We're already
Ashitaka.
winners, right? One way or another, we're already winners.
Sorry?
We're already winners anyways. We made the top four, so
Yes.
no sweat.
You don't knew.
So it is for language.
Somebody in
so
chat probably
I
knows
will
better
be
than me. I'm
utilizing
so
it.
bad with where people are from, even though I've met so many people this weekend.
Good luck.
Great.
I'll leave you to it.
Can you guys hear the table audio?
Do you mind if
Ashitaka
I
from
just
France.
hold
That's
it?
what I was gonna guess, but I didn't want to.
Just to check because I print. Okay, it's good. It's only one deck in it.
Okay, cool.
Because I print two decks before
Okay, so
coming.
that's
And
simple.
I will be sure.
Definitely. Congratulations
You too.
already, and let's have fun, man.
Yeah.
And does someone know, when we were searching for symbol, we found out that it is the only deck with the name symbol. Is this a named deck from the campaign? Because that would be so incredible
Nice
if
legacy card.
they were getting to the finals
What's
or
that?
getting to
Nice
the top four
legacy.
with a named deck.
Yeah, very nice, right?
It is easy to be confused. I mean, everybody's name is easy to confuse, right? Oh yeah, I can copy and paste. You're right. Sorry. Is it Ortiz? Is the other one?
So Ortiz is Ashitaka.
And Ortiz is MM.
Just remembered that we had them completely
Bear with me, guys.
sorted. I want to
Uh,
make sure they shuffle
yeah.
well enough.
I am in a different headspace, but we're getting there. All right. I think we're looking good. Let me get the token up there quick for
Yes.
Isawa's deck.
So
Yeah,
sad, but
sounds
they
like, yeah, they said catcher's got
yes,
the table audio.
I mean for Tide, for
Yeah,
after token.
hopefully it'll.
Yes.
I mean,
Missing the place. Extra card space.
Yeah, just getting to watch is fantastic. I love
The
they're going to
archive
have the
I
Archon
tried
up on
to
the
put
big
over
screen
here,
here
but
in the
I
hall
used
as
to
well.
side
And again,
but of course, I'm used to
huge
putting my
thanks
deck
to
over here,
both
lefty,
Murph
lefty
and
on this side.
TTR
Yeah.
for getting the setups here.
Oh,
We need more of this for sure. I would like to put myself in there, but I'm just not quite at that level yet.
we
So,
could shuffle all day.
but
right?
Yeah.
really excited to be casting today.
Double sleeves.
Yeah,
Stop it,
first time
Murph.
I did.
Sabotaging his own stream. Let's see. I want the Scholar token.
This thing looks fast. It's really real fast.
You have free trainers, son.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I'm not saying it's
That is
slow.
showing up in the wrong spot.
You are here, so yeah.
I think there was not
It's
too
something.
many.
I think everybody in these seats are fast decks.
I don't want to put it there. I need to make this smaller. There's not too many WoW decks that were streamed in Archon yesterday, I believe. So have that other one. Okay, there we go. Why is the strange ship showing? All right, you guys can see the scholar in the
Bigger
corner.
stuff?
We're just gonna leave it off.
Bigger stuff?
I don't need to mess with
Bigger,
this.
Yeah, sure.
So we've got scholars versus MM. This MM deck is incredibly
guess I go
fast.
first.
Very, very efficient. Sure, let's get the tokens figured out. So why are there two?
There's my
I moved it up because it was behind.
do this. There we go.
All right,
Straightening this out here.
Murph's got us covered. I'm just gonna take a look at these decks really quick. So the unfathomable in symbol is it's got the catch and release. So as soon as the
I am going to
archives are pulled for
Thinking.
Ortiz, that could be a problem if he gets hit with a catch and release. Doesn't have some of the other disruption we'd expect to see. There's one abyssal sight, but no befuddles. It's got Dragnet and two Adult Swim, so that bouncing could come into play with a lot of these smaller creatures. But Ortiz has the Sanctum, which is just a really interesting thing. And like, I'm super excited to see a Sanctum deck make it to top 4. I don't care what set it's from. That's just awesome. Sanctum has not had a ton of representation outside of, I guess, Aurora's deck is a pretty notable Sanctum deck. But looks like we're drawing hands, doing mulligans. Isawa. And see who got first turn here. Isawa's got first turn with a Banner of Battle, so already those tokens are coming in at 2 power. That is huge, especially if you're expecting to see some damage pips and things like that, which
The one
not sure if Ashitakis has a ton of damage pips. It has some capture and just a lot of efficiency. It does have the 2 smites, so those will still be able to take out some tokens with the 2 splash. But big bodies coming down already with the taunt and extra draw there from the General Salvador.
Orion.
The thing with these scholar decks, we saw his hand a little bit there. I don't think I saw a legionary trainer yet. It's kind of just that ticking time bomb until the trainer comes down, and then they just explode. So we see a pale there. Nice to see that before you have your scholars down, so you actually can hit your opponent's creatures.
Pip. Done.
Zalma, yes.
Grammaticus Thrax. Let's see. I am not seeing chat on screen. So I want to make sure I'm seeing that quick.
Inspiring Moration. Gain an Amber. Exalt. I don't
Make
make a token creature.
Got one token down there with the Inspiring Oration. I believe this deck has 2 Inspiring Orations, so it's gonna make a lot of tokens. But that's what we should expect from a deck like this.
I will play Logos.
And bear with me, the chat isn't showing up on the screen, and Budge left.
Okay,
Not sure why it's not showing up. Oh, there it is. Cool. So Ashitaka doing some logos efficiency here, getting the archiving going, and then a Lethalogica. It's going to be interesting to see. Oh, right into a second Lethalogica. That's probably one of the best hits you can find there. Just an extra amber, basically.
Bonus. One capture.
And there's that Cronus. Only one Cronus, I believe, in this deck, so it's not quite one of the crazy. It's not as dependent on Cronus as some of the other
Yeah, just looking at
MM
market
pods we've
for
seen.
I'm gonna take a look at this one.
Yeah.
I forgot to look.
Got a capture onto
So, have a cab?
the Anafiel. Good start for Ortiz. Yeah, getting that behind taunt. There's not. There is some bounce, but not a ton of.
Mythology, one number. No. Draw. Yeah.
See what the creature control looks like.
Archive. Yeah.
Nothing really in Saurian that's going to hit that
It's rolling.
Cronus. If Isawa wants to go back into Saurian, it'd have to be a Brobnar turn probably to take it out, unless they want to bounce it.
Yes, I will play it.
But plenty more happening. Just a very big Logos turn happening here.
Capture.
Yeah, already 6 in archives,
We see
and
the
not
six.
much, not like anything discarded from the
So two.
Yes.
Lethologicas except more Logos. I think that was one Star Alliance card that got discarded.
Let's count. Second. I draw three cards.
I believe only the finals are going to be best of 3.
And it's your turn.
So this one I think is just best of 1, but I can have someone confirm
Go
that.
ahead and go. Robnar.
Okay. We're just looking my archive in the same time of your turn.
Depends on your definition of charitable. Charitable towards the archives, you know? Okay, just doing kind of a way of representing the archives there with the ward token, I guess.
Fresh marks.
Yes.
I'll destroy this.
Okay, so we see a fresh marks here. Ooh, blowing up that token, which we see was a Timoti of the
Yeah,
Dam, so it definitely wants to get that back into
Makes sense.
rotation so
Sorry.
they can draw back into it. Oh, that's the hand with the ward? Okay. Just to differentiate, makes sense.
Fresh marks.
Second fresh marks. Okay, so lots of amber getting piled on these guys already.
I'll take that as my amber for the fresh mark.
Okay.
There was a captured amber on that Thrax, so Ashitaka going up to 5 there this turn. We'll see if Asawa has any way to deal with these creatures now that they've got all the... Ooh, there's a Berserker Slam. That'll do it. Sad thing is, I don't think that ward would protect against random discarding.
Check at 7.
Or from the Abyssal Sight, for that matter. That would be unfortunate. But maybe down the line. I just saw Sky Jedi walk by. I'll go tell him we need hand wards. Next set.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so not a bad turn there from Misawa, getting some amber dumped on those creatures, and then the Berserker Slam to take out the Cronus. And still no tokens down, so I'm guessing, Ashitaka is probably going to be holding Sanctum for when the tokens come down, just so he can do a pretty big clears with those smites and things. But we'll see where he goes here.
You have 7.
I'm at 7. Great.
I will play Staralians.
Okay.
Don't take that now.
Okay, Starline's turn, going to be doing some filtering here with the survey.
This one.
Discard the second survey with it. So not planning to draw much this turn, I would guess. Okay, Mutagenesis Researcher just coming down, filling some space on the board. Its job already done with those enhancements. Discarding the... Oh, I can never remember the name of that card. That is the Hayden Oswin.
Yes, one.
Trying to think what the purpose of the discard is there. Maybe just watching out for one more fresh marks, because I believe
Saurian.
Symbol has 3 fresh marks in it.
Election.
Yep, first key there, forged by Isawa. After that big Brobnar turn, just had a lot of amber piled up. We've got an Election, rare Saurian artifact there. And we've got this trainer. Buckle up, gut people. We do have a good AFK mana base here.
3.
And
Draw a card.
fan base too.
Counter on it.
Oh yes, correct.
Yeah, Brick Nasty
We're gonna go
does make it
ahead
easier,
and
but you
go
still have
with,
the Champion
before
Nafio,
I
and
forget,
usually with Brick Nasty,
um,
you don't care if your own creatures survive or not. You just want to fight
we're gonna go
to get
with
the Amber. Like, any damage is
a
good
Nay
damage.
on this.
No, it's artifact.
So Election is a really interesting one, especially
Yeah,
when
Nay
you
is
have the
artifact.
potential
I'm
of
gonna use
reaping 6
damage
times in a turn with
for
Scholar.
Nay.
Damage for
Um,
artifact.
You want to do plus for Yace?
So
it
for
basically gives you the
artifact.
chance to
This
reap
is
out with the board and
no,
then
this
blow
is
up the whole
artifact.
board, which if you're
Yeah,
using
so
all
this
these
is
fresh marks
this
to
is
put Amber
artifact.
on your
Okay,
opponent's
This will
creatures
be
and you
fixed.
have more
Okay,
Legionary
okay,
Trainers
okay.
in hand,
Yeah,
it's
that
not a
will work.
bad
So,
Okay.
thing at all. And then the other
this will
one is
include- this is artifact destruction.
the
So Nay
artifact
is
control,
for
which in
creatures.
this matchup, I don't think you're ever
Alrighty.
really
Keep
going to
it,
need to do that.
far away
Um,
from the
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. Good.
well, I
good,
guess
good
there's the
job.
Dark Amber Vault in Ortiz,
Continuing.
so might hold on to it until then.
Solve.
Transporter platform too. So yeah, there are some scary artifacts to be worried about, but the hard thing is
Yeah.
getting control of it at the right time,
Yeah,
because it's
we
whoever
already-
puts it to 6 counters.
Yeah. This one comes in
Yes.
play ready.
And we won't know what kind of counters they're doing because they have to kind of.
Three.
Well, no, it's only one counter. Sorry, I haven't seen Election too much, so I'm just reading how the card works.
Same thing.
Yeah, so they have to have either yay or nay counters. So I don't know. Looks like they have 2 different counters on there. I won't know which is which, so we'll just find out when one gets to 6, and something big will happen. Okay, so not
7, 3.
a huge turn there for the Saurian. I don't know
Combo.
if he's being
Combo.
conservative. I didn't see his hand there.
That make it easier. Probably better for me
Up
too.
to 4 Amber though, already with 1 key.
Thinking.
Ashitaka
just looking
still
my
on
No worries.
5.
I think we have plenty of time here.
Likely we see some Sanctum coming down here, but still 2 more. Is it 2 more trainers in Symbol? Yeah, 3 trainers total, so still possibly 2 more trainers to come.
Yeah.
So I would check in what's under those tokens there. We already saw again that the Timothy the Damned was turned into a token. So again, that kind of weird anti-synergy, but also synergy with being able to draw of the tokens showing up here. Election is a really cool card. I've not gotten to play with it too much, but in this matchup with the scholars that you can, like I said, just rule of 6 on a lot of turns, it's really interesting the choices you're going to have with that. But it does give Ashitaka some space to also use it against Isawa, so
It's
see.
+2/+2.
Alright, so that upgrade
Gotcha, thank
is
you.
Draw a card?
Shoulder.
Yeah, shoulder ID.
Yeah.
is
Shoulder.
that just a shoulder armor?
Draw a card.
Yeah, with a draw pip on it.
So now it's a 8/3.
Mm-hmm. Is big.
Again, that
That's right.
Cronus is gone, so those draw pips just kind of doing normal stuff here. Shoulder armor on the Anafiel does
just
feel a
going to
little bit
use
bad because you really don't want to
Potion.
keep it on a flank, but my guess is it's
And
just going to be
do
some fighting
this.
this turn,
Front of the eye.
so I want to
Good.
protect a little bit more for at least 1 turn while you deal with some of this. Font of the Eye coming down. Some late game protection. We've got
Omni.
a Lady
If I
Lorena
destroy a creature of
doing
its
some
turn,
taunting.
an enemy creature, I mean, I capture 1.
Gotcha.
So 2, 3, 2, 7.
Right.
So we could see, I didn't see if he's got a smite in hand. We could see a double fight to clear the board if he has the smite. Otherwise, I'd assume you just take out the trainer. Force Asawa to at least play another one to kind of get value.
The smite. Capture 1.
Smiting with Lorena here would be my guess.
Ready this?
Yep.
Like, yeah.
Alrighty.
So 3 in the armor.
Right. So
2 damage. 2 damage.
Interesting call there. So the Legionary Trainer is 3 power because of the Banner of Battle, so that is something we're going to have to keep in mind. It's one of those cards that's easy to lose track of in the middle of a game when you're doing your math. Taking out the Legionary Trainer and one of the Scholars, and that Scholar was the other Inspiring Oration, so that's actually
So I
a
take
pretty big
6.
deal for Isawa to
minus
lose
2.
that. That's one of the
I take
only
4
other
damage.
main token generators outside of
Right,
the
right,
2
yeah. I died. Yeah, good
other
number.
Yes,
Legionary
I will.
Trainers. So actually a lot of the gas of that Saurian already gone. So gonna be looking to just probably recycle to get to some of that.
Cards.
But that had to be pretty rough for Isawa to see that second one come out.
I check for 7.
But this Unfathomable looks like it can do a pretty good job of stalling the game, so not too worried yet.
Yes, it's your turn.
Unfathomable.
Let's see. So we did have a fight there. Let me look at election again. I don't think that triggers on fight. I believe it's just on reap. Yeah, it is only after reap, so fighting there isn't gonna do any counters. But this Sanctum board gets too big, that might be another consideration for Asawa, just needing to get that up to 6 to clear Ashitaka's board. All right, so we do take an Unfathomable turn.
What
We've
was
got
the
the Fathom
token that
Reaver
I
coming
destroyed?
down.
Token was actually inspiring our.
Oh shit.
Checking the tokens there for Ashitaka.
Can I
Probably
take a
pretty
quick
happy
look
to
at
see
your
that
discard?
Yeah, of
inspiring
course.
oration. Checking the discard on Ashitaka's side. Again, lots of logos in there early, just sets up the efficiency of the late game. Only seen a couple Star Alliance.
Can I have a look on your?
Yeah.
So what other options does Sawa have here for the Unfathomable? The Adult Swim hits the Mutagenesis researcher, which doesn't feel fun, but it also hits 3 of your boards, so probably no Adult Swim coming down. You have a Dragnet on the Champion and Nafiel there, only hitting 1. And getting some captured amber back. So the big thing here is just that Isawa is already on check for key 2 at 7. And Ashitaka is probably going to be able to forge this one. Yeah, we see the crushing deep there for no effect, but lots of amber difference here to catch up for Ashitaka.
Where's your key, sir?
So 6, number 1.
Okay, we see the first forged key for Ashitaka.
How many amber, please?
And if I'm pronouncing that wrong,
8.
AFK community, I'm sorry. I'm an American and I live in
Just
Texas.
looking my
I don't
archive.
want that to be a stereotype, but it's a stereotype, so.
I can look at my tokens.
Yeah.
And again, we have to remember all of those 1 power creatures are actually 2 power right now because of the Banner of Battle. So even that Skullback Crab is not quite as easy to kill if you have things like damage pips. Only 2 damage pips in Ortiz. I did check that. So not a huge deal, but it's just a little bit tougher to move this whole board. And that Fathom Reaver is now 5 power, which is really annoying.
Mm.
Awesome. Thanks, Flagador.
Could I have a look?
I know which movie you're talking about, but I have not seen it. So still a shot in the dark. Okay, so doing some checking here for Ashitaka, just trying to really think through what's left in Asawa's deck, what you want to be prepped for. Again, we've only seen 1 Legionary Trainer, so possibly 2 more in hand, but very few other token generators. I think it's just the
I would play Star Alliance.
one that brings
and I
min and
would take
wards.
back
Arm the
my
Plebeians, I think, is the only other token generator we have left in Saurian. But also 8 Amber on Isawa's side, so something you got to deal with pretty soon here. It's going to be a problem.
To the match.
Red Alert for 2 is going to do a good job against that board.
Kidding. Yeah.
Doesn't take out the Fathom Reaver, but at least turns off its effect for this turn.
There you go.
And there's the Arm of the Plebeian. So yeah,
You can
it's
reorder
just
those too.
your Legionary Trainers left. And we do see another Berserker Slam there, so that's some Amber control gone as well for Isawa. So I haven't seen this deck play before now, but I feel like Isawa is getting some really rough token generation in terms of what's getting tokenized.
Yes.
Got some Subdues hitting that poor Fathom Reaver.
Oh, it sounds like
That's
it sounds like it's
That's
stunned.
stunned. Sorry.
Yes.
I always do that.
Yeah, I mean that's really a lot of the token dependent decks all kind of have that. I mean, obviously it hasn't been bad enough to keep him from getting to top 4, right? Like it's still very good and can be very consistent even with only getting, half of your token generation. But in this game, it's been basically everything except the Legionary Trainers have been tokenized. Okay, we got the Universal Translator, so we're going to get some extra amber, probably just from reaping with the Lorena there. Transporter platform did come down. Make sure they do the elections. I might go tell them to do that. I will be right back.
And second,
We forgot. What did you want to go on?
so here it's artifact.
Yeah, yay is people.
Yeah, I will tell about artifact or creature. I would do 1-1.
Did you just run? Did you guys both read?
Yes,
Yeah, he just did.
we are doing it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
So one, then one.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we're getting that because that is going to be a very important important part of this game. Is if that gets a board clear or an artifact clear for either side, that could be a really big swing on this game. All right, getting back into it though. Asawa's turn going here.
Go ahead and go on unfathomable.
Okay.
So what options do we have left for Asawa? We haven't seen a ton of Brobnar. But we don't have any ready in fight there, so really it'd just be playing some creatures if you go that direction, which, you know, is going to be another key. Okay, so we go back into Unfathomable. We do see the Abyssal Sight.
Thank you.
Catch and release would hurt after hitting the pulling the archives there, but the Abyssal Sight first probably means Isawa just doesn't have another creature to play, because normally you'd want to do the Abyssal Sight afterwards just to really do the most damage, but you have to have a creature in play to do it. So we got 5 and 4 Logo Sanctum. Hey Zeramis, this is Aaron or Orion 0497 from Phloxem All Channel. Murph is not feeling great, so I am hopping in to commentate. Hopefully he's back for the finals, but if not, I'm going to try and do my best here. I am very flustered because I was not expecting to do this morning, and this is a different system that I'm used to using, so bear with me, but we're just here to see some awesome Keyforge and the first ever Worlds Archon finals, or semifinals. Like, this is awesome. It's such a great weekend, such a great time, and I'm just so thankful to be part of it. So glad to have you here, though. So really interesting choices with the Abyssal Sight here. Nothing that seems like super impactful. All right, we got some of a team celebrating over here. So one of their teammates must have just won, but it is not a game we're watching. So we'll let you know as soon as we know those results. Okay, so that is unfortunately Dave C against
Top of the deck, right?
who was Let me see who is playing quick. Who is he playing? Huh? Okay. Okay, but that is Dave C knocked out of the Alliance semifinals. But huge congrats to him getting there, and I'll get you the name of who beat him as soon as I can.
I was, yes.
You know who was playing?
So 6. How many number do you have, please? 4.
Who was he playing
Yes.
against?
Yes.
Yeah.
Something like this.
We'll let you know later. Sorry, guys. Information is sparse, and people don't know who other people is sometimes because it's a lot of people here. I think that last night for the sealed, it said 147. Sorry, in all of that, I did miss some of what was going on there. We do see the Adult Swim, who caught what was discarded by the Abyssal Sight. No word on the other games yet, guys. There's a lot of other languages being spoken about what's going on, so I'm not quite tracking. 1 sec, I'll ask one of these guys. David Papiani, awesome. Thanks, Shaka. Oh, that's the other streamed, non-streamed Alliance game. Okay, so David Papiani knocked out Dave C in the Alliance. No. Okay, so we're back on Ashitaka's turn. Not on check for Asawa yet, but dangerously close, especially with the amount of burst that could still be coming from the Scholars. We saw Ashitaka's hand is Sanctum and Logos. Looking through that discard pile, there's a lot of Brobnar left to draw. And then again, just those 2 Legionary Trainers. What else have we not seen? Ooh, there's also the Legacy Curiosaurus that has not come down. But I don't think Asawa wants to play that in this matchup. That probably favors Ashitaka with that Font of the Eye, being able to really pick their trades there. Okay, so that is can never remember the name of that card. Burning Glare. Coming down for an Amber Pip. We've got the Knight, the Gizelheart Zealot. Thanks, Zach. It's good to be here. I'm really sad for Murph. Not feeling good at the end of this, and still having a long drive home for him is not going to be fun. So that's really rough, but I'm glad I can help. I believe it is the best of one, and I think I agree with you. I'd really love to see top 4 be best of 3, but you know, they talked a lot in their keynote yesterday about what they're learning and stuff, and I think they're on their way up. And I don't know if you all heard yesterday, but they are changing the 2LO format to actually have play-ins for those who would otherwise be cut on strength of schedule. So that is a huge and very welcome change to the 2LO system that should be implemented across the board next season. So they're taking feedback and stuff, and it's great. We just got to give them some time to really get everything dialed in. And again, this is the first Worlds. Not everything is going to go perfect, but we're excited to be here. There is a timer, so we are at 17 minutes 40 seconds right now on this game. So both players at 2 keys and some Amber. I don't expect this one to go to time. I'm gonna get a reap there. And remembering those tokens this time. Got a big board here for Ashitaka. Let's see what we're thinking for Isawa. This is a tight spot. Catch and release here would be really strong. I don't think we've seen that come out yet, but with everything else we've seen from the Unfathomable and doing an Unfathomable turn last turn, I would imagine Isawa doesn't do much else on a catch and release turn. It is just bounce and pass. Yeah, well, so we do know the finals will be untimed and best of 3. Semifinals, yeah, we'll give them that feedback. But at this point, there's not much we can do about it. So big questions here for Isawa. I think this is a really tough turn to know what to do. That Sanctum board will basically deal pretty handily with anything you do with the Scholars. Especially if you're only able to get to maybe 7 Amber. We still have the Scrivener Fabian, which could come down with, should be at least 1 more capture pip in Sanctum. And you also have that Font of the Eye, which would deal with stuff. And that, let me see which knight that is. That is the Umbra Knight, so just elusive and then 2 armor. So nothing too crazy there. But it's very good thing to capture onto with the Font of the Eye. Yeah, I agree, good. with going to top 4 instead of top 8, I think they could have.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so we are going for the scholars.
Yes.
Got our first reap and a draw. Remember the counters. Oh, okay. The Ashitaka's got it. So I mean, for the amount of people and stuff, like they've done a lot of great things this weekend for this tournament. Things have been really clean. From what I've heard, yeah. But yeah, send in feedback, and we have the Q&A later today. I bet that will definitely come up, especially depending on how these games go. So both trainers coming down again. That was, I think, the only token generation left in the deck. And we're up to 5 counters. So that is actually hugely important, because if that had gotten to 6 counters, he could have wiped this board and potentially turned off most of the amber control for Ashitaka. As it is, goes to 6.
600, right?
Ashitaka is at 4, so can guaranteed take him off check with font, but any reaping could actually cause the artifact to explode. So this is, man, that artifact is huge in this game. I love it too. Like that's the kind of card that I love to see in these kind of games, because they just change the whole dynamic of this late game, especially. And even for Isawa, he got to choose which tokens to put on there, and so putting it to 5 means 1 reap, and this whole board is. I assume those are the yays. Those counters are the +1s or the yays.
On your decks.
The what?
The extra pips.
Bonuses?
Yes. I don't know if it's. I can ask for the judge.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Judge, please. Can I see the list in Masterwork to see?
you
The...
may.
Okay. Do you have it, Rizali? Or maybe.
More celebrating going on. I don't know if that means another game was finished or not, but some deck list checking going on here, just really making sure we know what's happening. Again, in Archon now, deck lists are open
Actually,
for the entire
just,
game.
You know, it actually cannot be on Dex of
Oh,
Keyforge.
sorry.
Right,
It's supposed to
Blagader.
be on the master.
Sorry.
Dex of
This is
Keyforge not
more
a-
tense than the US will be in a year.
I know. I'm just
Not at all, but
Thank you.
for future
right
reference.
now, it feels like it.
you saw what you needed to see.
Yeah. It's good.
Donut's Dad to Alliance Final. That's fantastic, because Donut's Dad knocked me out. So he's got quite the deck there, the double generosity and key abduction.
Thank you. I will go in Logos.
That's a great name. Okay, so we got a decision from Ashitaka going into Logos, some damage pips, hitting a Scholar. Makes sense. Again, we know already that there's no token generators left. It is absurd. I lost on turn 4. There was nothing I could do. So
Oh,
You
just
can
Bobby
you
there.
can still land.
it does kill the Scholar. Oh, you're right. It would not kill one of the trainers. Good call, Ozzy. But does he have? I'm trying to think what amber control he has here. If it's going to be.
Going 5 cards.
Am I missing something? He forgot the font of the eye.
Oh, oh sh!
Oh no!
Back. Yeah, take it back.
No.
Oh
no.
no! Oh, that feels so bad.
I wish I could, but I can't do it.
Oh
for
my
this.
goodness, that's terrible.
Judge.
No.
So,
Okay.
if you weren't catching that, he was able to kill one of the trainers with damage
didn't even
pips
think of it till
on
you
Odd
started drawing. I
Claude,
thought, well,
which
he's
means he
gonna
can
throw me
activate
off. He's
the
just
Font of the Eye and
making
capture
sure
1
every
to
time.
stop Isawa from forging. So let's think about this for a second because it really, really hurts. Isawa's next turn, he can
Spell back crap.
go back into Sarian and reap and wipe the board, which gets him to 7. And I don't know if Ashitaka has an answer after that, so it might not. There's a chance it wouldn't have mattered too much, but for Ashitaka, that still feels so bad to make that kind of
He forgot to use his
slip. Oh man,
capture.
that's gut wrenching.
End of turn.
Do you have a way to uncheck me?
Oh,
No, I do not. I was ready to drop my hand when you did if you took the amber, and then I saw you drawing, and I'm like, I apologize. I feel bad.
I feel
Get
very
in
bad
this
also.
way.
Unfortunately, it's a missed optional trigger.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Good game.
Congrats.
oh man,
I'm so pissed off now.
he didn't have an answer.
Third will still be good. Do not get yourself out of sorts for the third place.
And you can see the hand shaking.
At all.
Like it's
Yeah.
such a tense game.
But come on.
You deserved it. You had done the perfect.
Come on.
Oh,
No, I can't tell you anything.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize.
It's my fault. It's my entire fault.
yeah, that is incredibly sad. And I mean, even for Asawa, like you take it. You have to take the
I
win,
knew it. I should
but
use
it also
after
doesn't
the-
feel
using it multiple
as good to
turns,
win
and
that
I
You
way,
have to
right?
use
Like
it just after
you want it
kill
to be
your
as good of a
creature,
game
not-
as possible.
Oh,
But you're a
shitting.
competitor. This is
I
Worlds.
kept thinking, why is he not using
You
it
flip the key and you
earlier?
forge and you
Yes,
say,
I
look,
should.
this is on you to
I mean,
catch
on
this
other-
stuff,
a
and it
couple
didn't
other
happen.
turns, I was
So
like, why am I going
uh,
ahead and capturing some just to make me have to deal with it?
Yes.
You know?
yeah, well, and that's so right. One star peeps, just like there are things we're used to with playing online on TCO that you don't miss that kind of prompt. And turn up the volume for the players. Let me see if I can. It's
Yeah, you
up as
got
high
it,
as it can
Tim.
go.
And cost.
Pack, sorry about that.
I think you have only one. Oh,
I can turn
Nancy,
mine down a
this
little
is
bit, but
so two.
Oh yeah,
But-
in my mind, I thought I still had the Timothy in there.
After I can do your turn, so maybe.
yeah, that's
I don't
maxed
know.
out for them.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so shitty. Oh, why?
I wonder if you'd have gone Sanctum if you'd have remembered it because you'd have been.
Yeah,
in
that was a
Sanctum.
fantastic game.
Like,
Again,
'cause you had that
Isawa
option too.
Yes.
had
but
some
if I play
really
Phantom, I
rough
don't play cards,
draws on
and
those
I
tokens.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
kind of the
Yeah.
risk you take
Yes,
with
of
these
course,
decks.
Phantom.
Ashitaka really kind of have
Maybe
to,
Phantom is better, but because I
you know,
can
just
reap,
really set
But
up
you don't know
the turns
exactly
to
what
be able
I
to
read.
deal with
Yeah,
those
you have
scholars
to
if they
assume
came
I'm
down,
right.
In
being
any
able to
case,
deal
if
with
I read,
Amber.
I have to destroy artifact or
Or a creature. Yeah.
And I don't want to do this.
I
Either of
really
those,
love that
So,
election
I
played
can't
such a
play
big part in
Phantom
that
because I want
because I
draw,
think
and I don't
Ashitaka
want
would have been able to go to
destroy.
check last turn, which means Asawa would have had to maybe wouldn't have even had an answer then.
No.
Bad words.
But because of that election, it changed everything.
I got it. Why? Like this? Oh.
That's a 77 sass too.
I
That's
feel
incredible.
bad because you had perfectly
Yeah,
read
huge congrats
the
to Ashitaka.
discards.
I
You
mean, the
perfectly
field
read
that these
I
players
take
have
all
had
the
to get
stuff.
through,
You've
It take-
done
he
it.
did
I'm
forget to
like,
use his eye
He's
pack.
got me. He
It-
just doesn't know
yeah,
it.
just
I'm like, he's got me.
oh, just
Take a few
so
of
rough.
those.
The field these guys had to
Doesn't
get
matter,
through
I
though,
have to
just to
say,
get to
yeah.
this point, like it's, you know, this is
If you want, you can keep
some
it.
of the
I
best of
gain
the
two
best. I know not
victory.
everyone got to
Huh?
travel
If you want, you can
um,
keep it, but I get the victory.
with it being such a short
Oh.
notice season and everything,
Uh,
but like just looking around the room, the faces
you
that you
played
can
an
see of the
excellent
players
match.
that
That
are
was
no
like
longer
one
in it
moment.
from
But
now
other than that,
is
you played-
it's
you're an
incredible.
excellent
And
player.
so
You're an
Yeah, too.
excellent player.
Good luck for the
still
Like
plenty
you
of
said,
pricing
so
for
many
the
things
top
that you have
four.
to pay attention
You
to.
know, these
Yes,
guys are all
that's
walking
what
away
you
with stuff,
said.
but
Before, I have to kill it, and after I
that,
have to
that's
cut
not
it,
how
and
you
after I
want this
cut
to
other
end,
cards. Why I didn't go?
for
Oh.
sure.
Yeah, right off the bat, just get the.
Oh, there's so
capture
much stress.
out,
I mean,
right?
and they're
Like-
they're
I
on
don't take
stream.
Phantom
It's like
because
really
I don't
quiet in
want
that
to
room,
kill
which
the-
is
the
almost
board.
worse
Here,
sometimes.
Yes. Here is.
Yes, thank you.
For you.
Yeah.
It was nice meeting you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh wow.
Thank you very much. I hope it wasn't the
Take a
camera.
few moments. We will be starting fairly soon, but if you need to use the bathroom.
All right, guys, that was semifinal round. Very, very heartbreaking game for Ashitaka there. Huge congrats to Asawa for winning. We'll see him in the finals here in just a few minutes, but great play from both of them. Um, yeah, that's Keyforge Worlds. This is happening. It's fantastic, but there's going to be highs and lows, and we just have to take it as it comes. Yeah, that's the kind, especially with a long flight home, you just keep thinking about that. But got to move on, and yeah, I can't say too much. That it just sucks. It sucks to get that to end that way. So let's see. I am not sure if there are any games left going in there. There are 4.5 minutes left on the timer. Obviously, we can't move the camera over to another table. That's a good question. I don't know if they play for third place or not. I don't think they do. Let me ask someone quick. No one wants to look at me. Okay, Jeremy just confirmed they will be playing for third place as well. So that one won't be streamed. Obviously, we're going to be doing the first place matches, and those will be best of 3 untimed. Again, that's another sad thing, and we'll definitely bring that up in the Q&A. That even that match, like if that match was best of 3, totally different story, right? Um, but best of 1, it's just brutal. So let me see if I can find out the name of the other Archon winner. Maybe that game isn't done yet. Let me check real quick. Tawa won, but we don't know who won the other one. Sorry, guys, we're gonna find out. Is Ewok and who are they against? I should have written down all of these names. I'm such a bad streamer. Again, this was kind of short notice, and it sounds like we might actually do the open finals now. Dorian 2 versus Ewok. Okay, and has someone said on Discord who won that? Otherwise, I can get up and check. Oh, I see Ewok over there. The red Ewok was playing. You want to just ask one of them? So we might have the open finals streamed first. I don't know if they're going to be concurrent or not. They better not be concurrent. Open semifinals, I have no idea. They really need like a digital board up showing. Okay, so Dorian won the other side there. So it's going to be Dorian versus Isawa. The decks for that will be the coded deck. Geared Song, wow. Soldado de Cubanidad. It's a Coda Archon deck. There's no chance I'm pronouncing that. And probably going to be a little bit of intermission here. So I'm going to go ahead and put us on break for a minute so I can gather a bit more information for you all and come back with what's happening. thank you all for watching again. Thanks for Murph for setting this up, and thanks for Ghost Galaxy for hosting. Awesome event. We will be back in a minute. All right, everyone. So if you saw the above, we are switching up the format a little bit here, and totally fine. TTR is the GOAT for this. They're going to be streaming the, I believe this is the Archon Finals. Yeah, no, they're streaming the Alliance Finals for Worlds, and I will be streaming the Alliance Finals for Open. So winner of Open is going to get the invite to Worlds for next year. And in that, we've got Enalt and Asas22. Not names I'm as familiar with. I will get their houses in just a minute. So the way this is going to work is TTR has got the Alliance Finals, and then as soon as that's over, I think they're going to start the Archon Finals. And depending on timing, I will either continue on to the Archon Finals on here, or we'll just go ahead and raid TTR on this one so that everything is just on the Archon Finals, depending on the timing how it goes. So I think Archon Finals is going to happen after the Alliance Finals. So they're doing it kind of weird. I think they're just going to do the Alliance Finals first because those are untimed, and then as soon as those are done for the Open and the Worlds, then the next one will be the Archon Finals for Open and Worlds, kind of concurrently there. I believe that's what is happening from what I understood. We have the Alliance Open Finals on this stream. Honestly, I know the TTR one is going to be like the highest gravity one, but we want to make sure that this is well recorded for, watching later. If anyone wants to hang around, I'd love to talk. But otherwise, you could check out either of these. Got two screens, pull them both up, but that's what's going to be happening. And they've got the decks on the table, so we're going to move over there. Okay. Again, we're still waiting on the deck houses for these two decks. We've got Enelt on top and Asas on the bottom here. Now, I know much less about what's been happening in the Open. There was a lot of people in it, especially the Archon Open was a very big crowd with the amount of people here and only 32 of each in the World Finals. So I would imagine we still see some pretty intense decks here. I don't know if they're going to be more Scholars or Genka stuff. The actual
You're not
finals,
streaming, are
I
you?
think that's what we're seeing. We've got Double Gen
You're not streaming, are
versus
you?
Scholars.
The
This one, I'm just
game?
waiting for them to actually open those deck
You
boxes.
are?
So
Okay.
Well, I mean,
I'll get you more
it's not us,
information
it's-
as I have it.
It's whoever owns all this equipment. So this is TTR. The other streamer.
Or something or other?
Yeah.
And again, this is going to
The
be
reason
a
I
best of
accidentally
3 round
pull up the
untimed with
video.
Alliance.
But to be
Unless there's
careful
Heart of
around
the
phone.
Forest, I don't expect these games to be going very long. If Heart of the Forest comes down, could be a little bit more. But again, both of these players had to go through a pretty large field to get here. And a world invite is on the line. I don't know if there's other prizing with this one. I should probably ask someone. But having the first world invite for next year is not a bad prize in itself. I think that only goes to the first place finisher, though. Okay, and they're really trying to close up the rooms here for these finals just to make sure things are nice and quiet and closed off. So it might be a little tougher for me to get info on some things here, but
Do you mind if I?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure that.
just wait and see.
Actually, I need some stuff out of there.
Oh.
Yeah, Zach. So we're gonna be able to record both. I think that's just so we get kind of the best commentary on the world's stuff going on, but we get everything recorded.
Are we allowed to put our own playmats here? Could. Want to?
Okay. Looks like we're getting the players sitting down here, so hopefully we'll have the houses soon. We've got, I don't know if I know that team. Something Dragons.
excited.
Let's try not to keep us here all day. No, I'm just kidding.
I brought 3 hearts.
Dayton-
We're gonna stare at each other.
Dayton
Okay,
Khalifi Dragons.
Yeah, I brought it.
I think is what that is.
Weirdly brought 2 decks with no creatures.
And then
no creatures,
Asas. So
no
I played
creatures.
Asas in the
So our choices are awesome.
Alliance Sealed on
So,
Friday.
just to
Very,
let you
very
know,
good player.
I will be your judge. I will be here standing here watching this. If you have any questions, you have any concerns, I'll look for misplays.
So I see Star Alliance, Untamed, and this.
Clean. I appreciate
So
that. Just so you know,
that makes me think this is a Worlds Collide or MM.
You don't have to stop. Please don't.
Oh, it's got to be
Please
Worlds
proceed
Collide or
your way.
MM, I guess,
Yeah,
with
and
those
If
houses.
something happens, any questions, and you need to stop for a second, like something happens, and you're like, can we get a judge call? Go for pause for a second. I'll be over.
Tokens prepped.
I think we're gonna have fun.
Do you have any questions for me?
I don't think so.
I mean, I think it's best of luck to you both.
I do have a question. I apologize. Is this streaming?
This is streaming.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's probably TTR.
This will be Budgenators.
I might have to bug you for a link later.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
If you can
I
figure out who
give
it
it
is.
to you. I have it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, we can take care of that.
Again, this is
That's fine.
untimed, so hopefully we just get the best play from both of these players. Good luck to both of them.
I wanna review a list of it.
Yeah, it's untimed, so we were just kind of letting you guys.
So we've got Vertical Archon list there, so it's again not another WoW or DT deck, so this is going to be 2 earlier sets, which is really interesting. We know at least one of them is not Genka either.
So that started.
No, Cat Tribal. So what's going on is they're doing the Worlds Alliance and the Open Alliance finals first, and then as soon as those games are over, I think they're just going to go straight into the Archon Alliance, Archon finals. Sorry, Archon Worlds and Archon Open. So basically, we have one table for the Open and one table for the Worlds. So TTR has the Worlds. I'm taking the Opens right now.
What's scarier about it is not the best version of itself.
So basically just trying to get all the games covered. With that, I understand that the Worlds ones are a lot more, going to be watched a lot more than this one. So I'm happy to just hang out and try and commentate these. But my guess is most people are going to be watching the TTR one. So both of the Worlds will be on TTR. So Alliance first and then the Archon will be right after the Alliance. Those will be on TTR. Both of the Opens, hopefully both of the Opens are on here depending on the timing. There's a chance we just will raid TTR on this one, depending on where things are at. Yeah, best of health for sure. It sounds like he's feeling up for doing some casting for the finals, so I will probably hop out possibly after this game, and he'll be back on. But especially for his long drive home, being sick for that is not great. Does not sound like a fun time. Okay, so still not even looking at deck lists or anything. I'm not quite sure what our holdup is here, what we're waiting for. Maybe just going over some things with the rules with the judges. Thanks, Cat Tribal. Yeah, I mean this much travel and like just talking and all the stuff, like it's a breeding ground for catching something or just even just getting kind of like tired out to the point of feeling kind of sick. So we're all expecting to get home. Okay, so we just saw a Bornitz touch. So possibly Worlds Collide on Worlds Collide, which would be something. So we know we've got Dis on the bottom. Start filling in some of this info.
I am not seeing.
Oh, it's probably just gonna go. Just say that. If you need a translation of anything,
Mine are all English.
Mine as well.
Okay.
Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to tell anything.
In all 3?
Yes. You are which ones?
It's a little sad. I don't know if there's anyone I can ask at this point.
Star Alliance?
Just wait when we start seeing cards come down.
I don't know that I can.
I think I see Starline, so definitely.
Down or something.
Let's see. Okay, so Logos. This is great. Asas is getting it for us. Logos SA disc. So it is Worlds Collide versus Worlds Collide, which is awesome. That is not what I was expecting to see. Did anyone catch, was that last one Untamed? Oh no, this is the bottom. Okay, never mind. He's writing down his own houses. Dis Logos SA. And on the top deck, not 100% sure yet. Let's see. We can see. I'm more thinking it's an AOA deck, but I don't see Mars. Unless we see that in the middle deck there.
Oh,
So I don't know if y'all heard, they actually made posters kind of like they're doing for the Game Found for all of the world's top 4. So I was actually able to go take pictures of all of those decks, but I don't have a clue what we're going to see in these. So we're just kind of flying blind, but we'll put in information as we get it.
I've been very excited to play this in a tournament.
Actually, I guess Asas is probably looking at Enald's decks right now, and I do see Star Alliance in there. So it is Worlds Collide on Worlds Collide, I believe, which is awesome. That is not what I expected from Alliance Finals here today, so that will make for a very interesting matchup, possibly 2 completely purged decks. We'll see what happens. Really depends on how they built these, but with that house combination, I would expect some EE on the fringe stuff, some Infernus stuff, and then just nonsense logos, maybe some Sharks, some Exhumes, some Kirby's. Could actually be really chess matchy.
Deck is cool.
Okay, looks like they're just keeping them on
Would you like to do
each other's boards so they can reference them as needed.
first?
Enod will be going first here, so
So again,
gonna try and get the houses as soon as we see the hand here. So we've got, oh, that was really tough to see. Maybe Untamed in there.
I'm happy with my selection.
Untamed and Worlds Collide would be pretty interesting. I would expect to see some punctuated equilibriums, kind of like Dave C's deck that he was running this weekend. Okay, and just doing some good riff shuffles there. Okay, and I believe we're ready to start. Again, these are untimed, so... Alright, so we've got Logos Saurian. Alright, let me get those up here quick.
Say Logos is their daughter? Girl too?
You got it. Go Logos too.
So, I would expect some pretty nasty combos from that Saurian. You've got a daughter on the first side, and then Logos on the other side with the Tau Tau Vapors.
Pulls out daughter.
Positron takes out the daughter.
Play a strange gizmo.
Ooh, and an early Strange Gizmo.
Round 2.
Really interesting to do that this early in the game, but we'll see how it pans out. Without
Okay,
knowing kind
God,
of,
I was
you know,
sin-
board states
sincerely
when
considering
he is going to
going
be
for
forged.
Actual words. At 3 gizmos in it. This card is so good.
That's kind of a bold move, but maybe they have a way of dealing with it, or it's never bad in their deck.
He's back. Amber.
All right, so more Logos on Enald's side. Again, both of these decks probably just hoping to do some setting up here. We've got an Exhume for the daughter. That's a great hit to get that back on the board just to keep things moving.
Igor?
We've got an Igor. do some filtering, looking for stuff.
Discard twin bolts.
Discards a twin bolt. Don't want to kill the daughter there. You'd be forced to with the board state here. Doing some checking, so probably wanted to see if there's an Infernus here and what's worth discarding to feed that Infernus.
I'm gonna discard the Centurion.
We've got a Theros Centurion.
Play Eddie.
We've got an Eddie, and looked like he archived a. Oh wow, playing Desania already for 1 amber. I would expect both of these decks to actually end up with pretty big archives, so must be some more exhumes in an alt deck to really deal with archives and keep that Desania coming back. Alright, so we've got an early Val Jericho with an E on the fringes, and then a Science Officer Morpheus, and then we've got the double ward coming down because of the Morpheus from
Kirby's Blaster.
Ingram there. And then I
Looking
believe
down.
that's a Universal
Three items.
Translator. I'm not 100% sure.
Draw 6.
And
Turn, my friend.
probably just the Light of the Archons. Again, without the deck list, might be a little bit tough to see exactly what's happening here. Oh, it's a Cloaking Dongle and a Kirby's Blaster, so I was completely wrong on those. So we have a Cloaking Dongle on the Morpheus, so all 3 of those creatures now have Elusive, and then the Kirby's Blaster on Val there, giving us a taste of what's coming. With some possibly Kirby bouncing, we'll see if we get any transporter platforms. And of course, back into Logos, just these Worlds Collide decks are just going to be doing so much filtering, so much prepping of their big kind of payoff turns. Good chance we see some fighting here into that EE just to, into the Morpheus.
Yes. Elusive. Okay. Elusive is stripped.
Okay, so Eddie fights to break the Elusive, but I'm wondering if Yenalt missed the Elusive there. Trades the Igor to take off the ward.
He has an armor.
Oh no!
If that changes the order in which you want to do things.
And Yenalt is
Appreciate it.
just throwing cards into it, missing the armor there too. So it looks like Asas is letting him take that one back. Good sportsmanship there for sure. That's probably just a lot of nerves. This is obviously a pretty high stakes game already.
No revealed information. I'm okay. Cool.
Okay.
Sounds perfect.
I just heard some cheers from somewhere, so some big stuff must be happening. I don't know if that's happening over on the Alliance side, but
I was just making sure I hadn't missed an upgrade there. Oh my goodness.
so the Morpheus taken care of there. Took a lot of work to do it though, but again, neither of these decks I'm sure are too worried about Amber speed early on in the game. They're just really looking for that sort of setup to get to the big payoff turns later. Again, we have the Strange Gizmo down, which not doing a whole lot here. There's no other artifacts or anything, but it might be affecting what these players are doing on their turns because they don't want to lose their artifacts to it. Go ahead and just see. There is a key cost right now, probably not relevant. I don't think we're going to see much key cheating from these houses unless we have
Discard Malison and
what would it
purge
be?
to the east.
Data Forge, or
Yep.
I guess on the Saurian side we could see Imperial Forge. That would be a good alliance build to kind of get that prepped if you have some good tributes or a Crassasaur. Alright, so we've got an Exhume coming down on the dis side to get the Morpheus back. Again, that Morpheus probably there to fuel some Infernuses. Got some discards, yeah. So we're expecting to see Infernus come down. Here we go. So purging 4 cards here because of the Morpheus. Going to be a couple Amber Pips there, including an Exhume. Those Exhumes probably very valuable, and then some Logos efficiency going as well. So should only be 2 Amber loss. I can't quite tell. I thought Yenalt was on 4. Unless I missed something. But Asas in check here, and probably going to be, oh man, and the Hysteria.
Steal one? I have to purge that for that.
Discarding the Hysteria, going to purge the Exhume to steal 1 more to go to 8. Interesting play not to play it there, except it does give, back the Eddie and the Desania, which are both probably pretty scary in this matchup. We've got an Ingram coming down again with the Morpheus. Gonna get 2 wards there. We still have another Ingram
Yes, yes.
ready to reap. Oh,
These
second
two.
Hysteria. That's why the first was
I'm
discarded.
stripping these words. To replay the Infernus. Purging.
And the Infernus comes back down and is going to do some self-purging, it looks like here, to remove 1 more Amber. You know, it doesn't have any more Amber, though, so... This is an interesting decision from Asas, because I think Enoch can just let this key go through, and it deals with his entire board.
Yeah, Gizmo's play.
Possibly if they have something like a Cutthroat Research, too, that could actually really punish this turn.
Cool, epic piece up.
Obviously, getting first key is good, but still questioning that strange Gizmo play early on, because it kind of just removes 2 of your big tools, it looks like here, that you have. Interesting to note there, the Ingram, second Ingram, did not come back down. Oh, because it was a dis turn, so of course it's not going to come back down.
I'll say dis.
How did that Ingram come down the first time? Did I miss a second exhume? Okay, so a harvest time for humans, I'm guessing, to just remove Val and Ingram from the game, giving Asas 2 more keys, or 2 more Amber there. Got an E on the fringes. We're going to discard a Lilithal, purge one of those Hysterias from Asas's deck, get a steal. I also see the Evil Eye, so really tough decision whether you just tax for the... Okay, gonna go for the steal instead. So we're probably gonna see a stopped key here. And we're just gonna keep this going, gonna start purging his own stuff just to keep stealing with this EE. So big EE turn, and hasn't even had to take the archives yet, so Enol has a really nice answer here. Getting back up to 4 Amber, stopping the key. Oh, and there's something else going on the world side. Some drama, but looks like we got it sorted. All right, so back on Asas's turn, we've got Starlands coming down, Morpheus is back. We've got a Lay of the Land. And there's that Ingram again to do some double warding. I would assume, yeah. So we hit the EE and the Morpheus. And we're back at check at 8. Again, that strange Gizmo just kind of looming over these turns. I would expect some Saurian here, unless you don't have a way to either ward or remove Amber from your creatures, because, again, if you don't stop this key, that strange Gizmo is going to wipe the board. Seeing more logos there, and that's again from the Hysteria from earlier on, so it might just be an efficiency turn. The Eddy does stop the key again because we already have 2 in archives. So there's a 3rd card in archives there, making key cost 9, so no forging for Asas this turn. Disdain comes down for no value. Daughter comes down to keep the drawing going. That Daughter's doing a lot of value in this game, actually. That dis turn, heavily fueled by that extra draw. That's been pretty consistent this game. Okay, and again, no forge for Asas here because of the 9 cost keys, but a pretty scary board. Warded EE and warded Morpheus is definitely a threatening board to be looking at, but again, we've also got Daughter and EE on the other side. Looks like a discall here. Maybe doing some fighting, getting that Eddy off the board.
Go dis. Fight with E. Fight with Infernus. Kill it.
It's going to be a fight to kill the EE, actually.
Discard a spider. Think about purging whatever.
We're going to discard a spider and possibly purge. Looks like the harvest time there, so getting rid of that, but giving... Oh no, stealing there. Discarding a key to this, again, expecting there to be the Strange Gizmo going off soon anyways, doesn't really matter, and purging the EE on that side for another steal. So check at 10 here, and so far still no keys forged in this game. And we do see a little bit more of the Saurian in hand there. Looked like a regrettable meteor, and I'm not sure what the creature was. And we don't really know what's in archives. I think we saw an Odoak, which would have actually been really impactful the last couple turns because there's been so much stealing from that EE. But again, I'd expect that archives is waiting for a combo turn, and so just got to take the lumps until it's ready. And again, right now, as it stands, Asas would be spending 9 amber for this key, so that might be worth it for Enalt. Maybe even you can do one more archive to get it to 10 and tax for the full number. But as soon as that happens, that Strange Gizmo is going off. So this could be a really important turn here for Enalt. Playing a library, possibly just going to get blown up at the end of turn here, but we'll see. And we've got a Buzzle coming down to Purge Desania. Going to start stripping some wards off. Just getting it off of that Morpheus there. Binding Irons for 3 chains.
I guess I have a.
This looks like a turn where, yeah, we're just going to get the key forged for 9, blow up as much of the board as we can, and kind of do our reset here.
Gizmo's popping. Forging for 9, yes.
For 9, correct.
Okay, so we got current key cost, I believe is what they're signifying with that dice over there. Just the added key cost from Eddie, just to make sure that that's clear. Everything goes except for that warded EE. Okay, so first key, first blood goes to Asas, and we're going back into Logos to start getting that efficiency again. Try to recycle to some of those Star Alliance cards again with Val gone. That's definitely some potency removed from the deck. But the E on the fringes is still very scary, especially with an archive getting built up again here. And we just saw that Desania Purge. I don't know if there's a second in Enald's deck.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. I don't want to hear it.
No, that was.
So
I
discards
love it.
2 Logos cards to keep a third, so that's the only one that basically there's no chance of punishing yourself. You don't have to hit your own creatures. Get you some amber.
Both down, then I'm going to draw up to 3.
And we've got Daughter down, so drawing up to 7. And I think we saw some disc archived already, so more fuel for that EE, which is impressive. That thing has done a lot of work already this game. Enalt is on 2 amber, no keys. Gonna try and get back into this. Again, we're waiting on that big Saurian payoff. But with Asas not having as much amber anymore, there's probably a lot less potential for that payoff until you can drive that key cost up again. Do you see an Axiom in hand? I'm trying to see what else they've got there.
Like 1 discard.
Don't quite catch that art. Looks like we got another Igor. That action card can probably move off the board. Oh, that's the discard pile. He knew it was coming. He knew the Infernus was coming. Okay, so going for the value instead of the pips here. Gonna get rid of that Morpheus. And the Strange Gizmo. So, again, probably looking at making a really big and hard to move Saurian board. So just kind of prepping for that. Getting things out of there that you don't want to see.
Can solve for this card. Can I look at it, or should I solve for it?
For it, I'm gonna have to tell you to solve for it.
I understand.
If it wasn't this exact
7,
match, I
8,
would
9.
probably say go for it.
8, 9. Totally understood.
Okay, so some decisions going on here just to figure out
1, 2, 3, 4.
what we're doing for the turn. Checking discards. Doing some counting. Looks like they are not taking the archives. Ooh. Checking some Archon cards.
I know it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Very good.
I need your discard pile. I'm going to make it go away.
You could go away.
Okay, so we're going back into this. Gonna do some purging, choosing not to do stealing with the EE, at least with this Furnace. Gonna hit an Eddy and a Binding Irons. The Binding Irons is interesting, but I guess just trying to get fuel out of there for... So Enal has less to hit with their EEs,
Binding irons.
but that's also removing your own fuel for your EE for
and
later
only binding
on.
irons.
Exhuming the second Furnace here to hit
Going
second
to
Binding Irons, and looks like they're deciding one more card.
Hornet's touch target.
And again, really, really crazy. Did you only purge one card there?
One.
Oh, and we see the tribute. And pump this. So my guess is that tribute is pretty important for the combo. There's most likely more than one to fuel it, but
The rest is
losing
just
that probably
arcane
hurts
effect.
a lot to the Bornet's Touch. That card is
Then finally,
very,
going
very
to
strong in
discard
the right.
binding irons.
Basically, the stronger the deck you're going against, the stronger Bornet's Touch becomes because it just gets better and better targets.
To steal one. He reaps.
And
I have to check
discard
it.
there of the Binding Irons to purge the Buzzle, steal one
Draw
more,
one,
go to
and
check
discard.
with the Reap on the EE, and
That
just
will
some
change
really,
one.
really good
6.
control going
Those are
on
my
here
stuff.
for Asas's deck, being able to really pick out the crucial cards there for Enalt. It's hard to know if this is just who got their stuff out first to start removing the other person's tools. But so far, the Star Alliance seemed to have given that extra edge where it was creatures that Enalt had to deal with, whereas Asas has kind of had their run of the board and been able to keep some of these threats on the board, especially that EE has done. I don't even know how much Amber it's stolen this game already, but it's been quite a bit. Decent amount of Saurian in hand for Enald. Let's see if they go for it or not. Checking Asas's purge pile. And Asas, of course, drawing up to 6 still because of the daughter, but still burning off those chains. So I believe that's a redder at the front there, redder Galen, so doing some key taxing. We have seen the Axiom in hand as well, so that deals with a good chunk of this board. I'm sure he's just trying to decide if it's worth pulling more
Say sorry.
and potentially removing your combo.
But
Okay,
fine.
so it opts to take the archives. I'm guessing we're
In-house
seeing
hand.
Saurian here. Yeah, and we do see an Imperial Forge that was in the archives, so again, hitting that tribute off of the Bornit's Touch probably hugely important for this game. Possibly a nail in the coffin. We'll see if he's got more or not, but I don't think this turn will quite be the combo turn he was hoping for, but it may be a sort of board reset that is
Gets no
desperately
attacks.
needed. Looks like we've got a Quester Jarda as well. So there's a Strix, and we're going to see Exalt on there, and then probably that Axiom coming down. Yep. And I assume we'll ward the Strix here. Yep. And gets rid of the Infernus. Clears the board on Asas's side. Takes some chains. So the question is, oh, he has the Tribute anyways. So we're going to see
$4 of my dollars.
really, really big swing here. So we're going to capture 4. We do have the extra Exalt there. I think we did that first.
Trix only spends on herself.
Got one more coming down from the Odoak the Patrician. Discards the Quester Jarda. That's an interesting call. And then we have the Imperial Forge. So this is going to be essentially a free key off of
He's got 14.
the Shrix.
minus
You could just spend all 6 of that Amber.
You paying 7. Okay.
Actually, you only need to spend 5 because it is reduced
Very well.
by 1 for the Odoak as well. So Was that the right math? Is Imperial Forge on +6 or +8?
We're at one chain.
It is +8. Okay, so my bad. So that was at
Gonna pick up
7 cost. So 1 going from the pool and then 6 from the Shrix. And then we have the
Western.
Red or Galem coming down at the bottom there. The Red Alert is going to deal with the Red or Galem. 3 on the Odoac, and then Shrix loses its ward.
Okay.
Got double Kirby's. See what actions we get off of this. We've got another Ingram here. Going to do some warding. And that looks like a universal translator. Going down on Kirby.
To move a Doak here and deal 2 to
And we have a...
one neighbor.
Oh, I can't remember the name of that one.
Western.
Logos card
Drawing Shadow
dealing
Blast
with
chain
the
and drawing
Thorium Plasmate, dealing with the Odoac there.
more chains. Just the
Okay, so refilling the board a little bit, dealing with a few creatures on Enald's side, and double Kirby with an Ingram to ward is a scary board to be looking at for Enald. So going back into Logos here, going to do some more filtering, try and find some stuff. Looks like they get to the bottom of their deck and then are able to Tau Vapors to
you got good cards.
get the
left,
deck
yeah.
flipped. So potentially turning off any more Infernus shenanigans for at least a turn or
Smart man,
two.
hit all the Saurian stuff.
But we do see the Bornit's Touch in Asas's deck hand there. So actually almost worse for Enalt to be flipping the deck there because it's going to turn on that Bornit's Touch, which if he doesn't deal with these Kirby's are probably coming down from an Alliance turn or from a Star Alliance turn. So a very, very chessy, controlly match from both of these players. Very different matchup than we're used to seeing in some of these Alliance games, but it's actually pretty refreshing to kind of see some of this just really, really control. Looks like a second Igor coming down, discarding Red or Galem. So not worried about the Amber control at the moment, just trying to get to some other cards. Okay, double Twin Bolt to take out those 2 Star Alliance creatures. You're sad to leave the one with a ward, but doing as much as you can there is going to be great. And then we do see that Seismo Entangler too, which, you know, against these Star Alliance creatures, if they stay on the board for a while, can be really important. Bornit's Touch, digging again for some of those value cards. These decks are getting pretty small pretty quick though. We're going to see the Theros Centurion purged, and then we'll see a reshuffle there. But just running low on card value on Enald's side especially. Very, very hit by the purging, but both sides probably down to about
Spider.
25
Yes.
deck cards
Go
in deck
ahead.
at least. Okay. And we've got the Ketodis and a Spider coming down, so Ketodis just going to be able to deal with more dinos if they come down, unless there's a ward. Warded Kirby still sitting there, able to reap House Cheat in action and use that Spider if not dealt with. No check for either player, both at 5 Amber right now. Enalt on the play with some artifact value and a board here, so it looks pretty even. I would be on the side of saying that Asas has the upper hand just based on what has been purged so far, but very, very good on Enald's side for being able to flip the deck before that Imperial Forge could get purged. So, and that second tribute. So there is a good chance we see a second tribute Imperial Forge coming pretty soon. So Asas really needs to take out that Shrix before that becomes a problem. Okay, Enalt really thinking through this turn, checking archives. Looks like we're going sorry, and we do see that Imperial Forge in there. Is that from the World Finals? Looks like that game just finished. Lots of clapping for that. Okay, so we're going into Sorry, and we do have the tribute, and we did see the Imperial Forge in there. So, gonna see another key getting cheated here. But I would imagine those combo pieces are gone pretty soon after this combo gets played this turn. Odoak comes back down, gonna capture another one. So now that key cost is again gonna be currently 8, but you've got 5 on Strix to be able to use. You've got a Reap with Strix still. Very tempting to use the Strix for stripping a ward, depending on where your other cards in hand are, but we know there's a key coming. We're going to Reap, and we're going to Exalt. So we've got a key at 7. So a very good redraw for Enalt here. Definitely what he needed to get back into this. And this is very much going to swing the momentum. It's just whether he can get that final key. Yeah. So at 7 Amber on creatures, 7 on board. Imperial Forge makes it 8 on the board, so it's going to be a key for 7. Only one of those needs to come from his pool. So 1, and then the 6 off of Strix. Brutal. Being able to do that within about 3 turns of each other is very, very strong. Very, very big catch up. And now you're in check for key 3. You've got that Odoak down there. You're going to discard the Axiom because it's only going to kill that spider, which is just not worth it. But really, really big swing back for Enald there. Asas needs to deal with this board and this Amber really quickly, otherwise it's going to be game. Going into Star Alliance. I'll look at those top 3 with the Lay of the Land, see what they can find. See what this Kirby can do. So Kirby's going to Reap. We are going to see the fight from Spider here. And then we're going to get a Reap from Spider, and then we're going to pop the key to Disc to just wipe the board. Makes sense. And then we still have the play from Kirby. We'll see an Exhume. Okay, so probably an Furnace coming down, hitting those combo pieces. Yep. And I expect this to be Tribute and Imperial Forge. Could be the Evil Eye. Evil Eye is very tempting because there's no... Strix is still in the game though, so you have to get rid of that Tribute. Okay, we got Xeno Training coming down as well for capturing 2. So very good response here for at least stopping that last key and dealing with the board. Puts both of them on Kirby, expecting to be killing his own Infernus and exhuming it, I would imagine. This is a very tight game here at the end. So Asas is at check now for second key. Enalt on 3 Amber, 2 keys, but running out of gas with how much has been purged here. And if you haven't seen, the World Alliance is finished. I didn't catch who actually won it, but congrats to both of those players. And Archon should be starting in about 10 minutes, I believe. So if you're coming here from that, welcome. We're still on game 1 of Alliance over on this side. Again, untimed, and both of these decks are going to be very, very grindy, very, very control-y and chessy, and it's actually been a great game. I'm loving this so far. As much as I don't like this, or Infernus, both of these decks having it and having the ease to sort of pick apart each other's decks has been really interesting. Lots of big decisions there, and game 2 is going to be so much more decision space. Let's see, is my... I saw a chat from JPhil. I think that was a while ago. I don't know why that one didn't pop up on screen. This is still game 1. So these guys got quite the slog ahead of them. And I'm not sure. I'm guessing they're going to try and keep stuff going. I wouldn't be surprised if they start the Archon Opens while this one is still going, since it's going to take a while. And then the World's Open Archon, or World's Archon, will probably be starting in about 10 minutes here. But these guys will be at it for a while. But it is high stakes. This is a game very much worth winning. and a very impressive win for whoever takes it. Okay, so we're doing a not finished with you for look like the Saurian creatures. We've got a second Library of the Damned on the board. Get some archiving going. This doing or the Infernus doing some more purging on their side. And passing it back. So stopping the key again. So SS still only on one key is really relevant for this game. If that Dino board comes back down and there's no more board clears left, that could be really, really tough for SS to finish up and answer, because Red Alert isn't going to do it if that Tribune Pompous is on the board. So we're going to Logos turn here. Going to get some cycled back to some of this value. Is that a Neutron Shark? I don't think we've seen that card this whole game. It's not super relevant with this current setup, but definitely something to keep in mind for game 2.
Drawing one and then archiving.
So see a second Tau Tau go on there, just going to do some more drawing, redrawing, so those exhumes are now turned off, which is very relevant. I don't know how many are left. I can't keep track of everything that's purged at this point.
Nope. Any dark. Sorry.
Drew into another Tau Tau, it looks like there, so just getting tons of archiving value, and the Desania is already gone, I believe, so no danger there of getting that all dumped. Got Igor, do some drawing and filtering. Ditches the Thorium Plasmate and a Kirby. Trying to think what he's looking for here, if it's just as many pips as possible. We see EE come down. Not sure he wants to see that without being able to get value off it this turn.
Shark. I'm going to shark.
Plays the Neutron Shark. So first time we've seen this Neutron Shark come down.
And your Seismotangler.
Hits the EE and the Seismotangler. So probably setting that up to be able to exhume it next turn. And we're going to sack the Shark and one of the libraries. Discard one more. It's an Ingram.
Thorium Plasmate just for $1.
Thorium Plasmate for the Amber to go back to check here. And that will be not quite turn. We've got Daughter and then Twin Bolt hitting both Infernuses.
Faster.
Going to 7.
6. And one more.
And drawing up and a reshuffle. Looks like we might have missed a chain there at some point in the game.
Important.
We'll see how they handle that. It might be that they're just on the last chain right now. Doesn't seem like any issue. So, got one more draw off that Daughter. Reshuffling again, so again, no exhume value for that EE. But, are on check. We've got cycling happening with the Logos. That Kirby is just sitting on the board though, so one fight from that Infernus puts Enolt back into check and probably has more value aside from that, so it's going to be a really important turn if Enolt can get a decent amount of Amber Burst.
Yep, correct.
Problem is, looks like we're seeing mostly Saurian in hand, and we know Axiom, I think, is the only creature controlling Saurian. Actually, that's all Saurian. We do have an archive card over there as well, but my guess is we just see... Question is, will this be enough capture to actually take him off check? I don't think so, because I think it's just the Odoak, the one Odoak.
No, different card.
Trix comes back down, and we do see the Exalt there, and we're going to see a move 1 from Kirby to Pompatus just to beef up the board a little bit more. Off the Chant of Hubris there. So we are technically at check, and Asas gets their second key.
Cards and losing your last chain. Yep.
Just getting that dice out of the way. So it is 5 Amber, 2 keys on Enolt's side to 2 keys, no Amber. And staring down 5 Saurians, and we know the only board clear from hand that Asas has is Red Alert, which is doing very little against this board at the moment. And you don't really want to sack your own Kirby to make it better, because that Kirby has the Amber on it, and you might just lose anyways off that. So how does Assas handle this Saurian board? And I'm not sure if they actually have a good way to deal with it. You have to kill that Strix right now or deal with some Amber. Kirby gets you a Reap with a second creature and an extra play. Have Archives as well. Can't quite see what was in there. Looked like an upgrade, probably a Starline's upgrade. We did see the Kirby's Blaster, which could get a little bit more draw. I wonder if he's gotten that back. That might have been one of the early purges, though, from Enalt, so that might not be able to come back at this point. And also, no stealing, so even if you find that EE, you have to deal with the Odoac first. So this is a really tough position for Assas. This game really turned around so quickly with those Tribute Imperial Forges. Going Star Alliance, going to use the Kirby there.
Sorry,
Gonna reap.
speaking of archives.
Elects to take the Archives first.
Apologies. I'm going to Kirby's Blaster before I read.
Okay, so Enalt
Try and
letting him take that back to get the Kirby's Blaster on there. That's a tough call at that
it is
point,
deal 1 damage to all
but
guys.
I'm glad Enalt is letting it happen. You know, we want the best game, not just the easiest win. So
Cloaking Dongle.
stacking up
Dongle
Kirby
helps.
with the upgrades here. So it's now got Kirby's Blaster. It has the Cloaking Dongle and
Play the land.
the Universal Translator. We're going to do a little bit more searching here with the Lay of the Land. Just trying to come up with some way to kill that Odoac. No Light of the Archons is really important here because you could have, with a Light of the Archons, made Kirby big enough to fight that Strix off the board.
Going to deal 2 damage
But as it is,
to Quester Jarda.
yeah, and we're just going to
I have the
ping
Universal
the Quester
Translator.
Jarda there.
I'm going to use my
So
Infernus
Red Alert is now
to
doing
kill Strix, who's had her power.
essentially nothing. Oh, wanted to fight in
Good
with the
for you.
Infernus, but Strix is at +2 power right now because of the Tribune Pompatus, so it wouldn't have killed it anyways, but now it's got still a little bit more to
Kirby.
get through.
Play.
I'm not sure where that other... I'm not sure what those other orange markers are. I thought that was damage, but now I'm not... Strix shouldn't be...
Wormhole's going to Shark.
Oh, and a wild
Turn,
wormhole into the
smash
Neutron
Tribune
Shark
Pompatus and my Igor,
is
which kills that also.
huge. Probably being
Gain
able to
2
set that up
damage
off of
to
the Lay of the Land. I didn't actually look at what cards were there off of that.
Flips. Fighter.
And it keeps going here, so
Smash
probably going to
Odoac
hit
and
the
Strix.
the Odoac as well. What a turn for Assas. This is
Check at 8. No play allowances.
just the power of Worlds Collide Star Alliance at work there, being able to set up the stack of your deck to be able to wild wormhole into the exact card you need to wipe that board. Go to check at 8, and your opponent is on 5. So let's see what Enalt can do here, but this is coming down to the wire. We have an Odoac, or sorry, Rettergalem, sorry. So keys are now +3 for Assas. So, okay, so there you go. Sportsmanship on both sides, being able to do a take back on the turn there just to get things ordered correctly. Getting to check and then taxing keys up to 9. So, Assas needs to answer 1 Amber here and probably needs to kill that Rettergalem, and that might be it. We'll see what happens on this Bornet's Touch. We hit the Evil Eye there, so more of the Amber control gone for Enalt. See the key to this coming down. Play some chains. And the Infernus. So it doesn't look like we're going to be able to kill the Rettergalem this turn. So Enalt still has 1 turn to try and do something, but he's got to use that Rettergalem, I believe. I don't think he has any other answers here besides the 1 Reap and then you've got the. Oh no, that doesn't do it because SS is on 9. And looking at that hand, I don't think we have anything else we can do. The Logos doesn't do it. So looks like it's going to be 1 amber being the difference in this game.
I think I got there.
Just looking through, going to double check all the options again, just making sure that we're really clear on everything that's happening. And there's the handshake, and that is game 1 down for the Open
Underestimated there.
Alliance
Sorry, I had to take
Finals.
a shout.
Asas taking game 1 in a grind of a game for both players, but some really awesome play going on there. Both players really looked like they knew what they were doing, knew what they were setting up for, knew what they were playing around. So I assume both of these players want to take a nap after that. I almost do, and I'm just watching. But we're going. It's yeah, it's untimed best of 3. So these guys got quite the slog ahead of them, and we're just gonna keep rolling with them unless we're gonna switch over to the Archon Finals. I don't know if I have an overlay for win losses here. Doesn't look like I do. I'm gonna put it with the names. Okay, so we're shuffling up. We're gonna reset the board for game 2. Both of these players, I'm sure, exhausted at this point, but still all to play for. I think either of these decks has a chance of winning. They're very evenly matched, so this is great stuff.
Dude cheated out 2 keys and scared me to death. See that?
Yeah.
I was very certain there was no way to lose. Uh-oh. I lost track. I did not think he had a tribute left. I thought I got both tributes, and there was no way you could do that. And then he did that. Scared me to death. I thought I got.
There's no way you could do it. And then
I
you
thought
did.
I purged both of your tributes, and then you were like, boom. I was like,
Have another,
Where did that come from?
have another tribute.
because yes. Well, and you thought I had a third Infernus,
Yeah, you're
Um,
facing ghosts around the
yeah.
way.
but once you purge the opponent's deck enough, you lose control of it,
Yeah.
right? Because you start redrawing. And so I was like, if you just draw into it the third time, I'm dead.
Yeah.
It's open. Shit is scary.
We'll go ahead and ask you to move your chains out of the way when you get a second, just so we don't get confused about it.
Smart man. I've never thought to bring a second die, but scary. I'm sad that stream's not gonna get to see you play 40 cards in one turn.
All right, guys. Sorry, had to take a quick break there to get some water and
I'll do my
everything.
best not.
The
But I'm
Infernus
just shuffling up,
matchup
getting
is,
ready for game 2.
a slog.
Really want to think through what these decks are doing, what they can
Everybody hates Infernus.
Oh,
but
excuse
it's
me.
one of the
do to counter each other.
best designed cards
So,
in the game.
Oh, it's true.
Eno
like,
really has that advantage of the key cheats. I think that's got to be how he wins. I think in game 1, he was very fortunate to get 2 keys off of it. It just was not the last key. And I think that's going to be really be the key is choosing if it's worth doing the cheat earlier on to get there or to really grind it out until that situation we were in at the end
Does he choose
where you
second?
know
yes,
you
the
can
person who
do
loses
something
the
that basically
ga-
your opponent
the
can't
previous game
answer
gets to choose.
because it all comes from hand
So choose second.
and
Smart man.
is able to really just
I will also
do
choose
so much damage. But that,
I'm gonna stand.
man, the
You
purging in
sit-
both
I'm
of
gonna
these
sit
decks is
tight
just
for
brutal.
3
So
hours.
many,
Think of a single deck.
so many cards that it's hard to know if it's worth just letting your opponent purge it because you have to play something. You have to get stuff on the board. You have to start getting pips. You have to get those first keys. But the chess match this game is going to be even bigger now that they've both seen how the
Yeah,
Yeah,
decks
but
are
those decks
playing.
just hate going first less.
I
Okay,
imagine
in my
seeing
opinion.
the Axiom coming down earlier to try and deal with that EE on the fringes. Um,
What was that?
SS might just be trying to go a little bit faster, just try and close the game out
Well,
before
let's
Enol
take it-
has
let's
time
take it
to
to
really get set up.
Take it to three.
Sure, people would rather
Uh,
talk, but
I think a lot of it comes down
But
to
I
logos, what you
personally
see, how
prefer
good
that.
those hits are on the archives,
I don't
on
know
the
what people are you
Igors especially.
Oh.
Igor is such a scary one, especially for Enol. You could easily see Shrix and Imperial Forge in the same one, and
Yeah.
you've got to discard one.
That is not
So,
what we want.
very, very tricky stuff there, but
Keep, sorry.
we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, put it back.
We're starting game 2 here. Looks like we're getting a mulligan for Assas, and if anyone knows if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I apologize.
Very.
Just going with the names they
I saw
gave
a
me.
pile and I said, I am not scared of this. And then I got.
All right, and it looks like we're taking a break before the
yourself,
next the Archon for Worlds, so we got this one up on screen as
We're
well.
trying to 6. Go first.
So fun to have everyone here. Everyone's just still loving playing the Menagerie. Like there's by this time in a lot of other tournaments, a lot of people would have left already, but we've got I would say easily 100 people still in this hall, just jamming games, playing Menagerie, playing the new Grim Reminders decks we all opened. All right, but we're off. We've got Kirby getting to cheat in that extra card on turn 1 with a Tau Tau Vapors. So really tricky questions for Enol too as far as what to purge, because you know that Star Alliance, the way it works with all those Ingrams and the Morpheus, can just basically make an unanswerable board because it is able to reward itself every turn. So really got to be careful and be on top of those Star Alliance cards as they come out. So I wonder if Enol tries to build a bigger Saurian board just without those pieces earlier on, just to try and make sure he has an answer for some of that. But the Seismo Entangler coming down earlier is huge, because it at least can turn off the reaping for those Star Alliances on some turn. But we have more Star Alliance coming down already with the Ingram warding the Kirby. Kirby's going to play a Binding Irons. Nothing crazy to start here, but, you know, this is very much a game of efficiency, and anything counts. We do see the red alert come out from Asa, so very confident that they're not going to need a board clear early here. Doesn't look like we have a great answer from Enalt as far as the board. Not too many big dinos or anything. We are going to see Saurian played. We're going to get the Regrettable Meteor. Tribune Pompous, Order. Oh, I guess it's not a bad Saurian turn. I didn't quite see all of that. But again, there's some of those cards, so like the Red or Galem, kind of have to put it out there because you really need to start pushing this board out. But if that gets purged, that's a really key thing in your Saurian. If you need to key cheat once and then wait one more turn to get the Amber for that last key, that Redder can give you those legs, and there's a good chance it gets purged here depending on this turn. We've got a Logos turn going here though first for Assas, just trying to get through some more stuff. Keeping that archiving going. One thing to note that is really important is Desania is back in the game for Enalt, so this archive that's just growing for Assas could actually get nuked here. See a good answer there from the Logos to deal with that board. You do see the Strange Gizmo come down and a Daughter. So, very much a fast start for Assas here again, which he did last game too, and it's still, Enalt was able to claw back a ton of that game, so doesn't mean a ton yet, but we'll just see what happens. All right, we got the Igor. Gonna start rolling the dice here on those draws. We do have one card in archives already for Enalt, so could be some stuff safe there. We do see the Axiom discarded. Man, this is so tough. There's so many cards you want in this matchup, and you're just going to have to let some of them go. We are going to use that Seismo Entangler to stop Star Alliance, I assume, from reaping next turn. And we've got the Daughter for some more draw just to help you get through those chains here.
Stevens. I'm going to pick up Marcos.
Dropping one chain, draws up to 6. So huge efficiency there, being able to keep your hand at that 6 size. All right, looking at the discard, that means we got Infernus coming down.
He's on the fringes.
Or at least an E. Ooh, discarding Infernus to purge the Exhume and steal one. See if we see another Infernus here. I can't quite see what's in his hand.
Need to discard Hysteria.
Discarding
Purge my
Hysteria to
Binding Irons
purge
to
the
steal one.
Binding Irons to steal one more. So does get to check here. See if we start getting that Bornet's Touch going. Nope, we got an Exhume.
Alright, Furnace.
So interesting that neither of these decks actually have
Purge these two.
the
The Bornet's Touch targeting you. Tell my bad player because I'm putting these in the wrong order.
sorry.
No information.
Neither of these decks have scaling Amber control. So
No, it
I
is.
think in that
Actually, a fair
manner,
choice to do.
Assassin's deck is really set up well to just burst ahead and not really get too punished. So we do see a really tough decision on this Bornet's Touch. You know there's
And
two
we can do
tributes, so hitting one is still really
six
valuable,
variables.
but we've got
Press this stuff
EE
right down.
and Infernus there too, which could be really big for just keeping your tools in your deck while you're being able to remove your opponent's tools. So opts to go for the tribute, which
Way to pass the turn.
I'm not gonna at all try and say what these players
Yeah,
should do.
phone number
We're
for
just gonna
phone.
watch and see.
Yep.
They know these decks. They know the
Sorry.
matchup.
Drawing 3
Just
off the top.
that was a tough decision. I'm not sure what I would have picked there.
There you go.
Tribute is really scary, but if you can basically remove all of your opponent's purge abilities and then just keep purging theirs, that could be hugely important for this matchup.
Say this.
Okay, so we've got a discern turn coming from Enald here. We've got two libraries coming down, but the strange gizmo looming over all of this. This whole board might be gone next turn if you're not stopping this key. And if you're Enald, I don't know if you want to stop this key. Like this Star Alliance board, this board is scary enough. You're probably not doing much to it with this disc turn. We do have the Harvest Time.
Uh,
I do not get a dollar for this guy.
Yep, that will just remove the ward, but it does purge the Ingram, giving one more Amber to Assas there. But that is going to mean the Strange Gizmo will be able to blow up the Kirby. I assume that's what's happening here. You're just going to let that Strange Gizmo go off so you can deal with this board. But doesn't feel great. This is some rough stuff happening here for Enault early in this game. Finally has an Amber back. Going to shuffle in that Red or Galen, being able to save that from being Infernus. Pretty good there. We did see the Axiom go, so that's a big deal.
It's the biggest decision.
So many choices.
What's up, Unfathomable? So,
Just hilarious because
Archon. So the World's Archon is going to be starting soon. World's Alliance finished, I believe. I'm not 100% sure. I believe Donut's dad took that. And then this is the Alliance Open Finals. This is game 2. They've been playing for almost an hour already, I think, at least.
Sorry, from 9 to
It's two Worlds Collide grindy decks. They're just eating away at each other. And I mean, Assas got off to a strong start game 1 as well, and Enoch came back really strong. We'll see if he can do that this time. Yeah, 1-star peeps. I was thinking about that too. I would be really tempted to purge either Infernus or the EE there. I think he wanted to make sure that Kirby was off the board so he wasn't getting more efficiency off of that after the Strange Gizmo goes off. And you're giving less Amber that way. But it's tough. Enoch has basically, there's too many things that you need to purge in Assas's deck. Because it's a little bit less combo-y and it's more just like every card is so valuable, right? Even purging Ingram is important because you don't have quite enough control in Enoch's deck to just keep dealing with the board. Those wards pile up really quick. Okay, so it takes out the Bornage Touch, which did plenty of damage last game. Only one damage pip there, I think, that he removed. So really not getting the efficiency he had last game. Enoch is a lot slower on the start, and of course that early Binding Irons is definitely part of that. But Assas has also just been able to really pick apart Enoch's deck already with some of this stuff. So we'll see if Enoch really can get that combo to fire at least once here. But again, you just need to be further along in the pressure. You really want that to be key 2 or 3 so that you end it in check for final key. We've got an Exhume going here. Lots of good choices. I mean, so many good creatures in this deck. You don't have,
Exuding ease on the
yeah,
first.
you don't have the best Exhume or Infernus targets, so
discard my
the
Malison,
EE just gonna start picking away at some of these other discards.
Time.
Gonna start hitting the ones without Amber Pips first, so your Infernus still have value later on, but getting rid of that Harvest Time to try and protect their creatures a little bit more.
Straightforward white. Did.
Checking the Purge pile there, and we do have an Infernus anyways.
Purge this.
Looking at maybe hitting their own.
And the daughter.
Huh.
Not
Purges
making you
a
lose anything.
daughter and
We play
Malison.
Faster. Check at 6. Shedding a chain and drawing 5.
The Malison,
One chain.
that one's an interesting choice. I guess it's just kind of one of those things. It's less ammo for Enal TE, but the daughter is a little bit tough. But you're kind of just at this point, I guess you're just trying to go for as much tempo as you can get, so you want to just keep those strong actions in the deck and thin out whatever else you can. So the key to this being on the board is also huge. That Dino board no longer safe because, as we have seen, there's not really any warding outside of the Axiom, and the Axiom's already gone. Twin Bolt here going to take out some of those Logos creatures. We do see the Eddy, which got purged really fast last game, and might be able to do a little bit more here. We do stop the key with that Eddy this time. Looks like a fast call into Dis to do the key to Dis without reaping. Oh, I guess it was a Seismo Entangler because it was the Logos turn, so not able to reap anyways. And it's Star Alliance turn, so you wouldn't be able to reap anyways. Got the Lay of the Land, gonna check out that top of deck. Again, go back and watch the play near the end of the game from the last match where he Lay of the Land to set up a perfect wild wormhole into Neutron Shark. It was fantastic. Kirby coming down with the blaster with Val, which was out of the game early last game, and the Ingram to ward it. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff that
stripping this, picking these up.
you know, really didn't want to see, especially with the Axiom already gone. So now we're just getting bouncing with those Hysterias.
Fungal, translator.
Got
$2.
more artifact or more upgrades coming down on the Val.
No hand,
Kirby has a play, nothing else to play. And we're running low on creature control for Enalt, so this is looking much more dire this game. We might be able to get the Saurian combo, but at this point, is it really getting you back into the game? It's hard to say. It would. We do see the Theros Centurion there, so it would stop the key if you have the Tribute. We also saw the Red or Galen was redrawn, so chance to stop the key, but you're just not dealing with this Star Alliance board that is just going to produce so much value. Especially, I think we've only seen one Hysteria, and with a redraw there, there's a pretty good chance there's still a Hysteria to come. So even all the dinos that come down could just go right back to hand next turn.
Saurian.
It's time.
With very little downside for Asas. Okay, looks like we're going for a dino turn here. Doesn't have the Shriek, so we're just going to play the Thero. Capture on the Odoak, play the Redder, so that is going to stop the key. And we're going to have a Chant of Hubris. I mean, you don't want to take it off of the Odoak because you know EE can come back. Yeah, just take it off of Thero, put it on the Kirby. Switching out Amber Pips there. Okay, so key is stopped. We do know there's still one tribute left for Enalt. We do know Strix is still to come, but the problem is you just now put two creatures on the board that are bigger than Strix, so you do not get that same value from the tribute Imperial Forge that he was able to get twice last game. So you have to have some way of killing those, and we also know Regrettable Meteor is in the discard or gone. I think it's just in the discard. But Asas choosing to fight off the Odoak just to stop that anti-steal effect.
He's going to reap.
Get a
Two
reap
here.
from Kirby to deal 2
He's going
damage
end
to
up
the
with
Thero Centurion.
20 damage on illusory. Off of Val, I'd like to play Igor.
Using Val, we're going to play an Igor. Start digging through, see if we can find that lay of the land again. We do see Hysteria in there,
Starting
which is
picking this
not
up.
bad here. But again, it actually would turn back
He's going to
on
reap
if the Strix was
here.
drawn. It would turn on the
I have a
combo
play
again.
allowance off of Kirby. Kirby is going to play.
See if he goes for it. It also loses you all your upgrades.
Play Igor with Kirby.
Igor was off Jericho. Yeah.
So the Igor came down
Kirby
from
can't
Val.
play Igor.
We've got
He is way
a
better.
reap
face
on
shift.
Ingram.
He's
Doesn't
not
look
that
like
way better
he's
face shift.
thrown a
We
ward
have
down
to
yet.
using the Kirby and
Am I missing something? Choose
in
not
my
to
turn.
ward?
Yes,
When you reap with Medic Income, did you ward creature?
I chose not to ward.
Okay.
Okay, chooses not to
Kirby
Hysteria, but
passed,
we know it's
I
in
cast
hand now, so
13.
just
13. Drawing
waiting to
5.
get some value. But there is there's damage on the Thero, but we do have
Chose
the
not to.
cloaking dongle down, so it can't kill itself fighting into something. So very, very heads up play from SS here, knowing that Strix needs to be the biggest creature on Enalt's side to even go off. But also check at 13 here. Looking really rough for Enalt, so we didn't see much more sorry in hand there.
Ingram's a May.
And this gets you some amber control, but against this board, if you're not dealing with the board, you're just gonna lose again next turn. Or at least get farther behind next turn.
Goes here.
Goes logos. Gonna get that deck cycled, turn off some of that purging. Maybe see if he can dig for that Eddy to at least tax this key. Looks like we'd be able to get it up to 10
Guess this was wrong. Should have warded
if he
this.
finds the Eddy here.
But there was no way I could remove a ward without killing your guy. But he has an armor.
I do still wonder about choosing not to ward with the Ingram. Especially without playing the Hysteria. Maybe he was planning to play the Hysteria and then thought about it again and decided not to, but at that point the time had already passed, so
Igor.
see a tuck there. Igor comes down again, probably looking for that Eddy just to try and reduce this pile of amber over here. And I don't think we found it. We've got Desania coming down. Yeah.
For regular price?
No Eddy there is
Drew a bulk.
brutal. We do see the Evil Eye in hand, but even that I don't think we'll be able to stop a key next turn with how much this deck is probably going to be able to generate with both Val and Kirby on the board. So
Fairlands.
it's not over till it's over, but it's looking pretty rough for
Reap
Enalt
and
here.
get 2 here.
Gonna have a Reap with Kirby, shooting
my
the
overflow.
Igor with the Blaster, going up to 6 or 8. Sorry,
Reap. Reap.
Reap
I'm going
with
to
Val and
2 for
Ingram.
reaping, and I'm going to use the Universal Translator. Not warding, using the Universal Translator to reap with this.
Going to Universal Translator to Reap with Igor, going up to 11.
Off of my Kirby reap, play his
Off the Kirby, we have the Hysteria.
Back. There it is. Jumping back. Val.
Alright,
Off
Val
of
comes
Val's
back down.
play allowance. Play an Igor.
Plays the Igor off the Val. Got 2 discs there and a Logos, EE and the Infernus.
This up and discard.
Takes the Infernus.
Kirby.
Again, if Enalt is able to take you off key
Kirby
and
to
combo,
play
you're
a
able
Wild
to
Wormhole.
purge that combo right after with that Infernus. We're gonna get a Wild Wormhole here for Strange Gizmo. Not really impactful at this point, but it's another Amber Pip, and it's something else kind of just pulled out of your deck.
Val.
And we've got the Ingram coming
I'm
back
going
down to
capture
ward.
$2 onto Val.
And a Xeno training.
Made it past the turn. Check at 14.
And that is check
Draw
at
to
14
6.
for Assas over Enald on 0 keys and 2 amber. Much different game than game 1. Enald just seems like couldn't get out of some clunky hands, and Assas was just a little bit too fast.
Play Saurian.
Tribute isn't going to do enough, but probably just going to do the combo anyways, just to kind of get it going. Play it out till the end.
6. With a
There's the
full
tribute
yeah,
for
Unfortunately, got my other tribute early.
capture.
Capture.
Oh, do I have to capture more? Oh wait, do we have
This, no, Forge for a
Redder?
key, go ahead. You got it.
No redder. Okay, that is game, and that is the Alliance Open Championship. Assas
Like the Saurian
22
play. I didn't like it.
taking it down with a Worlds Collide
I can
build that
appreciate it,
was
but don't like playing.
pretty filthy.
playing.
It's just so many
It's
value
interesting how to
creatures,
play against this
so
style.
much purging and controlling, but also just really
Jenka
bursty. He gained a
is
lot of amber in
fair
that game,
that
and
its
Enald's
rate
deck
is
is
not that
not
high. It's not
slow
so high
at
that like
removing amber, but
you would be a maniac.
Assas just able to do it with control
But
along the way, and that is
playing
a
against it is like
our
either
first
you
Worlds
win
qualifier for
and they don't get to play,
2024. I don't know if this
or
one
they
comes
win
with
and you
a
it's not very fun.
buy the first round or not,
The
but
way you beat Jenka
huge congrats to both of these players getting to this point. Again, the open format
these two
was
cards, and you know this. You
the open
brought
format
Binding
was
Hands.
a lot of players and definitely plenty of good
have
players. Like this is by no means any much.
Binding Hands is
Well,
like
yeah,
sexier.
it's a very
A
big
little less
achievement
good,
still to win
or a
that
little-
one.
yeah.
And
If you miss with the board and touch, it's
yeah,
so bad.
I think with that
Thank you for the game.
we might have the Archons starting soon, but we'll take a look.
Because I didn't have
Go ahead and do this here.
a little library of the damn, or an off-house archive basically from logos. I would get stuck. Sorry.
Tell me about your disc choice.
The artifact removal.
Okay.
So this is the first one.
So these guys are going to talk it out a little bit. We'll leave it on. Again, I know the
Yeah, this is the
voice
first
cam
one
was a
I
little bit
played.
quiet. Sorry about that, but
Usually that gives me,
man, some awesome games and some like
or that gives me
gameplay
alpha,
styles that we haven't seen for quite a while with two Worlds Collide decks just duking it out.
survives artifact removal unless we
Some
use
people
artifact
probably
target.
do not miss that, and I get that, but
Targeting,
it is refreshing to see that after
any
you know
creatures
just
I
playing a
want.
bunch of
But
WoW
I
tokens and
needed
stuff. It's
at
very
least one
different
library of
Keyforge than
damage
we've been
to
playing for a
stop
while,
my
so
Saurian
really fun.
to display Saurian, which I actually got stuck
Yeah.
using anyway.
Great stuff.
This last game.
Could have the logos.
The issue with Poltergeist Harvest Time is
All right. So that was your Alliance Open winner, Assas. I'm sorry. I don't know how you're supposed to say that. 22 taking it down. I don't know how many rounds that ended up being for the Open Alliance. I think the Open Archon was really big. I think that was maybe like 6 rounds just to make it to top cut. Alliance was probably a little bit smaller, but Alliance decks we've seen are brutal. Like it's a lot to get through. There's a lot of stuff that can just high roll you really early on, and so to make it that far against all kinds of things, scholars, Genka, all that kind of stuff, still a huge achievement. And like I said, first qualifier for Worlds 2024. It's awesome stuff. I'm fried after those 2 games, so we're gonna go to an intermission, and then we'll let you know what's happening after that.
I'm gonna make sure everybody misses their flight. Please no.
Okay, we are back on. So both of the Archon
Trust me, after the
tournaments are going, or
Seattle
Archon matches are going
Archon,
to start very soon here.
Seattle
We've
Archon
got
was
Ben the
75
Monkey
minutes
and
the first round,
Backno. I
78
think I
minutes the
got that
second
one
round,
right.
93 minutes for
I don't know that name.
Trade Archons.
Yes.
Ben the Monkey on the ooze that trains all
There it
three
is.
houses, and
Yep.
Backno on Canvas, Master of the
So,
Glacier.
you will
So
determine
for
the
everyone at
first
home,
person
if
to
you
finish
have
first
not
in the
seen
first round
a deck
randomly,
with the name Master in it
and
yet,
then the loser
he
of the
is
first
playing
match
a
will determine
Vault
whether or not
Master
they would like
deck.
to go
So
first. If
a
they
little
choose
bit
to go first in the
contentious
second
probably
match,
for
the first
our
of the third
international
match,
viewers,
the loser of the
especially
second match will
to see
decide
one
who
of
gets to go
those
first.
make it all the way to the finals here. This is the first time one of those has
Would you be
even
so
made a
kind as to
top cut,
answer to
as far as I'm aware.
effects?
Um,
Yeah.
Archons callback and
I
But,
mean,
you know,
we can also just trade decks.
we'll
real
just see
quick
what it
if
can
we
do
want.
here.
If
The
you-
ooze
I
is
mean, I
a
trust you.
pretty
What
well-known
is-
deck
how does
here. Ben the
Archons
Monkey.
callback work?
Been
It is
around
Omega
several of the
and
vault tours
draw 5
here in
cards.
the
Okay.
states, and the
And
ooze
then
has
pay
been
twice
played
as
by I
per
think
action card from.
I
Play
don't
an
know if
action
it's always
card
been
from my
Ben the Monkey
discard
playing
and
it, but it's
push
been
it.
played
Cool.
several times now. Very, very solid Winds of Exchange deck
Archon stuff.
with Warrior tokens. We got Brick Nasty, Berserker Slams,
Fresh marks is a
double Talent Scout in
sacrifice
Equidon,
a friendly
and then
creature.
the
If
Mars
you
has
do,
Hypnotic
put
Command
the
with
Amber
Blending
onto
Creatures
other
and double
creatures.
Clone Home.
Okay.
Just a very, very solid deck here. And then
3 Berserker Slams.
Backnote the Canvas, the Master of the Glacier.
Scales, destroy a friendly creature.
Brobnar Dis Logos. It is a Holofest
I will
deck
be timing
with
rounds just
double
for our
Ganger
knowledge. It
Chieftain,
has nothing to do with the dice.
and then one of all the rest of the dudes with Rant and
I
Rive, Screech
appreciate so
Bomb,
much they've changed the rules.
and
I
Lob
have
the
same Archon
Titanic.
cards. It's been my favorite.
The disc
thing
has
rules.
Lash
Because
Broken
I spent the
Dreams,
first year
Essence
with
Scale,
Keyforge
Gateway,
just
and then
practicing
just a
them using
lot
Archon
of
cards, 'cause it's just a challenge for
creatures
me.
there. And then the Logos
What were you gonna say?
is Archon's Callback, Entropic Swirl. We've got an Eddy, we've got a Mini Group Think Tank, Mother, Sutterkin. So really this deck, from what I'm seeing, it looks like it really relies on that Holofest. Holofest, of course, being a incredibly strong card. But we'll go ahead and just see how this plays out. Have not seen very many Master Vault decks in action in general. But it very much could come down to just when that Holofest comes down. But with the Ganger Chieftains, that's really huge. But Ben the Monkey having those Talent Scouts also makes holding all of those until you can do your combo. There's Ben the Monkey looking up at the camera for us. I have not met Ben the Monkey, but I want to now. Seems like a fun guy. Very much ready for this. Making sure he's got it exactly where he needs it for everyone to be able to read it. Just make sure all of those cards end up back in the deck and upright. Anyways, let's take a look at this matchup a little bit more. Amber Control is not crazy, but decent on both of these. Again, Tourist Trap in the Ooze is another one that can really put a kink in the Holofest plans. Kaboom can
It's usually this way
at
or
least
this way.
turn some of it off for a
I don't
turn.
know.
The foot of the camera, I think.
So yeah, so I
Double
think this
Berserker
way
Slam
is
not
down,
quite doing
yeah.
enough, but those Talent Scouts could be really, really crucial to what happens in this game.
We need to shuffle yours deck.
Against that
I'll just get my
Holofest.
own
So,
of
and
those
the
first.
creature control
I'm gonna power
on
shuffle yours.
Canvas, not super high. So again, especially in this field, this was a huge field of players in
I have a
this
last question.
Yes.
Archon Open. Basically, I think it was
Tourist
2/3 of the people that were not in
So it's an artifact. Play, make a token
the actual
creature.
worlds are now in this.
Use trade my
And
token creature.
so
with
it's a
any one
very
of your
big field to
creatures
have
in
to
your
get through. I
swap
think
spots.
again they went through 5 or 6 rounds.
Yes,
at least.
it's an action artifact.
And it doesn't destroy itself?
Oh, there's a Keyfrogs? How did I not know that? I'm sorry, that's awesome. So I've seen
All creatures from one house.
I've seen the Keyfrogs guys around. I haven't introduced myself yet. I need to go find Torval.
Very interesting.
He's so much taller than I thought.
Definitely not unlike anything I've ever played against.
That's super awesome though.
And so
I didn't know more
basically,
than
cards and
just
rules are
Torvald got to
different.
come from you y'all's
Some
team.
of the cards just ring buzzwords like
I'm sorry, man. Next year, can you make it out here?
I need to remember that one.
I'm just glad you all are playing again.
And
Makes me
there
so
are
happy.
of them that just don't register, and I'm just gonna assume they're not all that important.
That works for me.
Fantastic.
My greatest fear.
Wait, and
is
he's
that
the
you
one.
decide to
Wait,
mulligan.
the Keyfrog is the one who brought the Master Vault deck.
Oh, that is my biggest hope.
That seems.
All right.
So you don't
so,
even need to
This is a dice.
hear that
has
international
a
community. Don't get
6
mad
on
at
it
the
as a
Americans
logo.
for these
You
Master
can
Vault
verify that
decks.
feedback. Yep.
We didn't bring this.
A 6, would you like to call even or odd?
No, that's great. I
Oh,
want to see what they can do. I want to see if one of
Okay,
them can
your
actually
first.
do something. And this
I'm
one
not gonna
looks
lie,
like
I just
it's,
fuck with him.
you know, there's going to be plenty of pilot stuff involved too, especially in this tough of a matchup where there's just going to be really interesting decisions as far as even what you're holding in your hand.
Every shuffle was the last one.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
it
don't
was-
thank me. I am
Okay, great.
super
All
happy
right,
to get to
so
commentate
first,
today. Like I was
6 for
hoping to
me,
do that this
7 for
weekend, but I
you.
ended up actually
Do we just begin,
qualifying
or do we wrap?
for the Alliance Worlds with the last chance qualifier, and so I ended up not streaming or not helping at all yesterday with either the TTR or Fudge's stream. So glad I get to get in today, but huge thank you to TTR and
Thank you,
Fudgeinator
Governor.
for running these. It's
Great.
yeah, this game needs people like them, and they already have those guys who are fantastic. So. And again, my guess is most of you, except for probably UPAC, will be watching the Archon.
Mulligan.
Ooh, I need to change that on here. Watching the World Finals, but again, Keyfrog teammate, I can understand why you're here, and I'm glad to have you here.
I'm gonna polish several years again. So
Last game,
running
the Alliance
into
ones
it.
were brutal. Very cool games, but just a slog for both players. I'm sure those guys are exhausted. That was bugging me. Oh, it wasn't centered. I still don't know if that's centered, but again, these are untimed, best of 3. And I believe
Moving away from
the
deck.
Worlds one has already started. They got a timer. I don't know why they have a timer going if these are untimed, but
And this one is for you.
Okay, I'll do the same.
All right.
Okay, 5 for me, 6 for you.
All right.
Yeah, let me make sure that that's the top card. So you gotta remember which one that was.
All right.
not sure what he's pointing out here. Looks like
Thank you.
Bakno is
Okay,
going
no, I
first.
but good game, or let's have a good game, or whatever.
But
I
both
don't
players
know,
taking a
no,
mulligan there.
Okay, I start.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I will play Logos. Put down Wild Wormhole.
Turn 1 Wild Wormhole.
Just make a
Best play
pile
in the
of my
game.
tokens, and I'll get an Ember,
See what he gets.
get a Bravo, and it's yours.
Rabble. Nothing wrong with that. See if Ben the Monkey decides to just take that out as fast as possible, or is going to leave that around for a little bit.
We will go.
Shaking.
Good. Yeah, as much time as you have.
Okay, so I'm thinking already going on with Ben the Monkey. Must have had kind of an awkward mulligan. I can't quite see what he's got in hand. I think I saw some Ecuadon there, but
We will go Mars.
All right.
this is
Sand
also going to be
Harvester.
really interesting to see if
Hypnotic command to capture
Ben
one.
the Monkey gets
Bring down
forced to
that.
use some of his creature control before
Ready. Have 3 drop.
Holofest comes down. Like if we can get a lot of pressure as backnote to kind of really force out some of that stuff, and then
My
play the
turn?
Holofest afterwards, that could be a really
play
big swing.
Robno.
But
I'll
both players
put
kind of taking it slow, and
down
even seeing
Brick Nasty.
Hypnotic Command come down this early is
Fantastic.
really interesting.
Easy
So there's a
one.
Brick Nasty, so
I'll put down
we
Headhunter.
might start seeing a big board just come out here right away that Ben the Monkey does have to answer.
Hammer
Oh, and there's
Anton.
the Harmala tune, so we might
I
get
will play
Holofest
Ganger Chieftain to
a couple
ready in
times in this
fight.
game, and there's a Ganger
Um,
Chieftain,
the
so
3
very
down
good draw.
Hunter. Sure is. And I gain 2 Amber. One
for
from
Backno
Nasty,
there.
one from Headhunt.
Yep.
Gonna get 2 amber for
And
that fight.
That will end my turn. I have two.
All right,
Drop face
so
down if you don't mind.
pressure's on now
Two,
for
and drop
Ben
four
the
more.
Monkey to deal with that Harmlatoon and then hope it doesn't come right back with a
It is a
Holofest,
competitive
but
game after all.
we will see. We do see the mass buyout in hand there, so there's an answer, but it's not a great one. Giving your opponent a bunch of amber that they're just going to get anyways. This should be best of 3 and untimed.
Play Rowdy Skull.
And once the first game is over, I'll put up the current scores
Play
or current
Berserker Slam,
current standings or
Amber
whatever.
Pip, and a damage pip on
Ooh,
Harmony.
so a very
Damage
nice
to Harmony.
damaged
Damage
enhanced
Yep.
3 dice.
Berserker
And
Slam there
amber.
to take out the Harmlatoon and drop 1 amber. So might not be able to do a ton else this turn, but getting that Harmlatoon off the board
Already.
is
Have
huge.
4,
Getting an
draw
amber
2
with
up
that
6.
Rowdy Scald there. But 3 Brobnar creatures on the board,
I
one
will
of them being
play
Brick Nasty,
this.
still plenty scary.
I will
Kind of a slow
discard
start from Ben the
Unlocked
Monkey,
Gateway.
so ooh,
I
Backnote
will
decides to
play
discard the Unlocked Gateway. Makes sense with the
Zerg
board they have,
and
but
discard
looking at a
card.
Warrior token deck,
Discard Battron.
that
And
might
I'll
be dangerous
play
later on. We'll see.
Tushin.
When you have your
And
own Ganger Chieftains and
then
stuff,
I
I guess you
will-
have other answers for it. Getting some discarding
that
happening with the
ends my
Yerk.
turn.
We've got a Toxin and then just reaping with the Brabble. Just starting to build this
2,
board.
Draw 4 up to 6.
Again, going to kind of make Ben the Monkey answer and then probably going to slam that Holofest as soon as he does. So already lots of pressure coming from Backnote here. Still have yet to see any Equidon, but again, that mass buyout just does not seem
We'll go Equidon.
like a great option here.
Mass buyout.
Ooh,
So
goes for it anyways.
the destroyed effect will happen first. So,
So
I'll do
gonna
2
proc
amber
that
first.
Brabble before you have any amber here.
Then everything
Or
will discard, so I will
I'm
gain
actually
1.
not sure how much amber Ben the Monkey
And
has.
that
Doesn't look
thing's
like he's showing
captured.
that on screen.
I'm
If I see
down.
So I had 2 amber.
if I
Brabble's
see
destroyed effect triggered. Yep. So I lost 3.
Yeah.
Then I get your captured amber, and I get the amber
one of
from
the
mass
GG
buyout.
guys, I'll ask him to
Oh, it's rounded
have him
up.
move
Oh,
that
I
because that's
see- I
gonna be really
misunderstood
hard
your
to tell
question.
exactly what's happening if
I'd
you can't
end up
see
with
the
2,
amber.
that goes back to
Do you mind mixing tokens, or do you want?
I'll just I already
He
converted.
already, he
mine,
already converted. So
and you'll get 3 amber.
And I will get 3.
It's already resolved.
But that'll be an extra 3 amber there for Backnell. 1 for Ben the Monkey that was
Talent
captured,
Scout,
and then 1 more for
gain an
the
amber.
Rowdy
Damage
Scald.
pip
And now
on
we have a
Talent
Talent
Scout.
Scout. So
Gets
see if we
your
can
hand,
snipe one of these
and choose a
Brobnar
creature
creatures.
from it to play.
I think what else?
For the
Sniping
audience,
that mother
you
does
can
not
play
seem like a bad choice.
Tropic
Just
Squirrel,
to get your efficiency
Eddie,
going.
and
Could also
Ganger.
take the Ganger Chieftain just to turn off the Holofest replay.
Each
But
trait.
that
2 traits.
that's a pretty scary Logos follow-up regardless. But taking the mother would definitely take a little bit of the wind out of the sails there. Oh,
She's the only one. Yes, I will take the mother.
All right.
looks like we have some chat things coming through from
And you will get that.
a while ago.
And it doesn't ready. It's not ready.
Fathom
I will
Reaver
then
was
play Tourist Trap.
2 matches
1
ago, I
damage on
believe.
Talent Scout.
Unless I'm missing something here. So opts to go for the mother.
Make a token creature.
And then with the damage pips on the Talent Scout and then the Tourist Trap, able to kill off that Talent Scout before Backno is able to
So
get any
I will
value
play
out of it. And that Tourist Trap coming down is
Tab
also
3,
really
drop
big.
4
So
up to
those
7.
tokens are now basically ways to steal Holofest members from Backno.
My turn.
Or send over some Amber if he's got some capture with it. Which I
I'll
don't
play
know.
Locus.
Let's see if the Utes has.
Edie, archive a card.
It's got Trading Frenzy. So yeah,
Each
definitely
option
ways to
on
really
the
abuse
mother.
that Tourist Trap. And
Damage.
Yes.
Canvas does not have artifact control, so that Tourist Trap just going to sit there,
Professor
be a
Savage
threat
card,
for quite a while.
And
Do see that Logos turn coming down, which makes sense based on the hand that we saw. And we now know that what is in the archives is a Ganger Chieftain, and that being archived is really important because we know there's a second Talent Scout coming, which that hitting that Geiger Chieftain with Talent Scout is a really good choice because again, that's one of the only ways to really get that Hollowfest team going right off the bat. But now you've got really a scary Logos to deal with still. You're getting the extra draw with Mother, but you're not going to take a turn and use it or fight with it or anything. So Backno's still just really pressuring with the board presence, kind of a lot of witch type creatures that you have to deal with. Also on 7 Amber, so at check as well. Again, can't see what Ben the Monkey has as far as Amber. He's got it down just a little bit farther than we can see. And I have not seen anyone who could fix that for us, so might just have to deal with it for now, but hopefully we can get that fixed before game 2. Okay, so it looks like some time to think for Ben the Monkey just to figure out exactly how to deal with this Logos board here. Backno doing some organizing there just to make sure moving stuff is easier. I respect it though. I respect this, the dump. Just dump them all out and figure it out later.
Shrewd Investor, I will play, use its play effect.
Okay, so we've got a Shrewd Investor coming down, going to capture, and that is going to
And that's the one I gained.
Yep.
keep Backno off key for now. I don't believe Ooze has...
Discard the blacksmith.
It can't give the Shrewd Investor over, so there's no... I don't remember what that card is called. There's no swapping for those. It's just the Tourist Trap to move tokens over. Might be able to steal... I don't even know what you steal here with the Tourist Trap.
Build Tourist Trap to trade with Sutterkin.
Take the Sutterkin. Give over that Warrior. So the Warrior is actually... It's a tricky thing to give to Backno because Backno, again, has the Hollowfest stuff, and that Warrior is just another creature to use with that Brick Nasty on the board. So a little bit risky, but if that's your only way to kind of answer what's happening on this Logos board right now, we're going to force retirement that Eddie.
4, draw 3 up to 7.
Not sure if we're in check here, but...
Click Robnar. He has a loser, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, you can see Bramo in hand there. That will go ahead and kill the Mother.
Reach bomb.
Okay.
Screech Bomb comes down, so he does go Brobnar.
Bramble.
Gonna see that Bramo
Two
come down. It's gonna kill the Mother and put 2 damage on the Shrewd Investor. I don't believe there's a Drummer Knot in this.
Lull up the
Yeah,
Titan.
we have seen that in some Vault Master decks where it has the
And
Drummer Knot as
Rory
well
will find
with the
Sutton.
Hollowfest, which is pretty interesting.
And I end my turn with 3.
But just getting a few cards down, removing some of that board, and yeah, just filling up the board with beefy Brobnar guys.
Ready everything.
So ready all your cards, please.
Ready up. We'll see if Ben the Monkey Forge is here. Looks like he does not.
How many cards did you draw at the end of your turn? 3?
3.
Great. Alright,
See some Mars in hand there. See a couple Brobnar. My guess is it's another Berserker Slam, which
we'll go Mars.
take out the Bat Drone.
Make Mark 2 generator.
Going Mars. Gonna put down a Mark II generator with an Amber Pip on it. Talking through some stuff here.
Make a token, right?
Not
No,
yet.
just enters right.
Yeah. We'll play Brain Dart, gain an Amber.
Brain Dart with a damage pip. Damage pip doesn't quite kill anything. Doesn't seem super consequential here. Unless you have more damage pips coming, you can hit the bat drone. Enraging here is
And then
kind of redundant.
a
Most of these
damage pip
creatures are
on-
planning to fight anyways. But the Stolen Amber will be important for sure.
Warrior.
Okay, so damage pip goes on the
And
warrior.
we will enrage and capture one from
And we're
inside.
going to enrage and force the bat drone to capture. Interesting call. The
Buckle
bat
will
drone
get
is the
two
only one
damage
that
to him.
doesn't kill itself
I'll
fighting
then
into other
kill my
stuff.
Amber.
But this Tixel Beam Buckler is just going to take it right off the board anyways, so makes sense.
And I'll put an Ironics Propaganda
Okay,
on
got
him.
our Ironics Propaganda coming down. Should see.
And I will make a token creature.
Yep, and we'll make a token. Okay, so takes that Shrewd Investor
Whenever
off of the
ready.
flank. Again, no way to bounce that Bramo.
Check at 7. Draw
Trying to think
3
if
up to
there's.
6.
I don't think there's a Berserker Slam. Yeah, no Berserker Slam either, so not a huge deal at this point, but. Okay, so we see a few more Logos cards in hand for Backno there. Looks like
Have a
the
question.
Essence Scale
If I play Archimedes next to Warrior
and
Warrior dies, does it
Archimedes
go into my
coming
reserve?
down.
All right. Is the owner of the card.
Maybe? Showing the Archimedes?
I believe you can also ask questions in private if you need you to.
Yeah. Yes. All right. I'll remember that next time. I'll check my grade real quick.
Okay, so Jeremy is over here. Looks like he's doing a quick questionnaire for someone else. And once he's done with that, I'm going to see if he can go ask Ben the Monkey to move his keys and Amber up a little bit.
You're scaring me.
No, he can do it.
I intend to. All right.
Oh.
I will.
In the meantime, Backno's still deciding, so
will
not
play
sure
Logos.
what the reveal
I'll
was
switch
for
on.
the
Yeah.
Archimedes.
I'll play Archimedes.
We do see the Screech Bomb proc, so I don't know if that takes him off check or not, but seemed worth it. Gonna have a think
play
twice. What does he have in
Tropic Swirl.
this card there already? Okay, so the Entropic Swirl going to hit the hit the Shrewd
And so
Investor,
you gain
gonna
2.
gain 2 just for that,
2.
and then gain the 4 off of Shrewd Investor. So really big Amber
And then
push
I will
there.
play
Backno being able to do
Call
that,
of
but
the
that
Outcome.
Entropic Swirl is gone now, and we're gonna see an Archon's callback. So we're gonna draw 5
One,
after
He doesn't
playing
get it.
3 cards.
Because Omega or
No, it's
He's-
still lives.
4, 5.
It's gonna put Backno to 8 total. So
Ready?
still a little bit of
I
value.
don't draw anything because
Very
it's
often
too big.
Archon's callback gets
check
very little
8,
value,
10.
but not too bad there. Just digging for that Holofest. But pretty far through the deck, so could be coming very soon here. And we know we got the Ganger Chieftain in archives as well, so Ben the Monkey's got to be prepping for that turn, but also needs to deal with this. I think it's 10 Amber now that Backno's got. All right. So what does Ben the Monkey do here? You just went Mars. You've got your 1 token on the board that can do some fighting. But really, again, you're probably just prepping for what could be a really devastating turn if that Holofest comes down. What's going to get you set up best to deal with that?
I'm just
Take a look at
pull
the deck.
my mats so that we can
Really,
pull up.
Kaboom is probably one of the main things you're looking for, just to at least stall parts of it for a turn. Could try and Talent Scout and grab one of the other pieces, but the only other piece you'd really be able to find that would be like really impactful is the get Hammer, I think, because the other ones, Vulk, you don't really care about. Okay, really quick, gonna talk to Jeremy here. Okay, caught Jeremy. We're gonna get those moved up, so hopefully we have a better view to the game state. Still waiting on Ben the Monkey to make a decision here.
go Brian.
Again,
Oh, wow.
this is a tough spot. I think that Holofest is very much just looming over
Fresh
the
marks.
next couple turns here. Ooh, Fresh
Green
Marks
Amber.
is not bad. We're gonna
Kill my
blow up
token.
the token creature
Copy
I
dead.
just used
and
three.
exalt
1,
3.
2.
The Archimedes with
Oh, it's very important.
sorry about that, Ben,
What about
but
my
yeah.
Is that good?
Oh, doesn't need to go that far. All right, well. Yeah, I guess it'll work. It's just hard because so they had the mats set up on there to kind of really lay out where the play spaces are, and so when players want to use their own mats, it just
Then we'll go
makes it a little bit
Berserker
tougher.
Slam,
But
gain an Amber. 4 damage to
should be good to go
Archimedes.
here. Okay, so we're gonna get a Berserker Slam taking out
Plus
the Archimedes. Archimedes is also really interesting with the Holofest because it lets you archive some of those Brobner creatures as well,
Berserker
just
Slam,
incidentally.
gain an Amber.
Second
4
Berserker
damage
Slam,
to
that's
the
actually the
warriors.
third and final Berserker Slam.
Lose 1.
Coming down, making him lose one more Amber. Believe Backno's still going to be able to forge here.
I like the smiley.
And Ben the Monkey also keeping going with his
That
theme.
is end of my turn.
Gives us not
Grab
just
3,
the Amber,
draw
but a
3.
smiley face with the Amber.
Yes,
Doesn't
check
make it
that.
easier to count.
Forge
That's going to be
6,
10 Amber.
10. You forge for 6.
Check at 10 to Backno. So,
6. So
see how
two left.
Backno responds. I don't... let me see what we got for Amber control here.
Forge.
Lash is not out yet. The Brabble is gone. We do have Rant and Rive. Man, that's
All right.
pretty possible the Rant and Rive comes down here, which would
Take
be
this.
rough. Do have a Keyforge. Do you see the Grim Reminders there as well? So we just seeing more and more of how this deck is really built for this Holofest with the Grim Reminders as well. So it looks like we're taking a dis turn. Probably just going to get some cards you're not as worried about out of hand.
Capture everything.
Oh, I missed that. We've got a Drumble capturing all of that Amber. Just going to make it for an even bigger
Terra, and since you have no Amber,
Rant and Rive later on, and then the Lash to follow that up probably. And then the combo with a Terror as well to get 2 more Amber off of that. So huge play. Yeah, that is a huge play there from Backno. And now we've got the Grim Reminder. So we're going to see the Brobnar coming back again without needing to play the Holofest. So that means we could have the whole band come out 3 times before a shuffle.
Gain a chain, and then I lose it when I draw up to 5. So 3, 4, 5.
That's pretty brutal. That's got to be pretty discouraging for Ben the Monkey. Just like, oh, they're coming again, and it's still not even the actual card yet.
This is dead. These are ready.
And at this point, the talent scouts aren't really doing much to stop that. What else do we have? There's a lot of Equidon that we haven't seen yet that just might not be helping you a whole lot. And with the Essence scale here, you even have the option to blow up your own Drumble and then tax with a Lash if you know you're not going to get better value than that. So quite the setup going here for sure for Backno. in a real tough spot for Ben the Monkey. No keys yet, and now no amber because it's all in that Drumble.
May I look at your discard pile?
We've got all 3 of the Berserker Slams in the discard already. See what else the Ooze has for creature control. Still haven't seen the Kaboom, so Kaboom will probably be the first follow-up. But really, that only gets rid of, it stalls a turn and gets rid of the Harmel. But then Backno can probably just pull the Harmel back with the Holofest and only gain 1 chain. And then just start cycling again to find it again, so.
We'll go Mars.
I haven't really seen the Ooze play that much, so I don't know if this is kind of a slower start for it or not. What's really crazy is this seems like it might be a slower start for Backno, or for Canvas. I think sometimes this deck might just fly off.
We will reap with Beam Buckler. Make a token creature. We'll use Mark 2 to make a token creature.
Okay, so going Mars, getting some creatures down, doing some reaping, getting some more warriors on the board. Got a feeling he's really looking for that Kaboom. Maybe hasn't found it yet, but we will see. Woo. Only going to be drawing 1 card there, though, after that, so.
Yeah. My turn?
Yep.
Somewhat conservative play, maybe? I mean, if you're Backno here, I don't even know if you need to take your archives yet. You can just keep cycling with other stuff, really find that Holofest, kind of have all your pieces ready to go, so you can just play Brobnar several turns in a row. Or you just push it now and burst however much amber that's going to get you. Probably a decent amount.
I will play Brobnar and I'll pick up my archive. I will play Belfast.
Interesting. Opts to play the Holofest here.
I may take Volca.
Without taking archives?
Great. So you gain 1 chain.
Wait, I'm not necessarily.
And just grabs Volca.
Shuffle those.
Is that?
Not necessarily done with picking cards.
So I guess he knows he's going to cycle anyways.
Stars, I gain 1 chain.
Alright, well, we'll see what happens. That is interesting sequence to go through with this. Oh, it does take the archives. Okay. Just all of it becomes one massive hand of beefy Brobnar boys.
I will play
and
Volca. I will play
Grand Ripe is possible. He must already have the Get Hammer in hand.
I will play Big Nasty.
I wonder how many cards he draws after this, though, because he also take the chain. That's still 1 chain from the draw, which makes it almost
Get Hammer. And
a wash, right? Because if you just play the Get Hammer out of hand and leave Holofest, you're still only drawing 1.
These 2
I mean, it's high pressure regardless. Like, this is still going to be huge for Ben the Monkey to try and deal with. It's just maybe not quite as huge as it could have been. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of a more conservative play, and this is the more just go for it play. We'll see how it shakes out. Should have 2 Ganger Chieftains. Looks like he's got...
It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Get Hammer will ready and fight.
Yeah, no way to kill the Get Hammer this turn, I don't think. It's going to be 1 damage off, and he can't Ganger Chieftain it again. Ganger Chieftain doesn't have the deploy like something like a Shock Herder would, so we're just going to do another fight with Headhunter. Going to get another 2 amber for that fight. Yeah.
Fight here.
Not sure it matters a whole lot when you hit there. The Harvester isn't really going to be able to do anything now unless there's... I don't know if there's any... Ironic's
And I will
Rebels.
pass the turn.
Yeah, no
Ready
Rebels,
to
so
chain,
just keeping it from getting archived from the Kaboom at least.
and I draw up to 5, so I have 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
so it draws up 2.
Check it already.
Check at 10.
And check at, looks like 10. Check at 10.
And everything readies.
What's really vicious here is even if you kill the Harmala Toon with the Kaboom, you still get the 2 Ganger Chieftains going back up to hand. That ability to ready and fight from hand is just so strong with this. But at the moment, Kaboom, or just fighting with those 2 Brobnar tokens, there's not too many other answers you're going to have to this from hand. Put a few of your own Brobnar creatures on the board, but any more you put on the board is just going to activate that Get Hammer. I mean, the Get Hammer is already live because of the 2 warriors. If they both fight into Harmala Toon, they'd be off the board, so at least the Get Hammer can't fight to kill itself, but I don't know. Let's see if there's a way. Doesn't look like there's another way to kill Get Hammer from hand, so it has to be able to fight itself off the board to get the extra ready for all of those Brobnar creatures. But also 10 Amber to deal with if you're Ben the Monkey, so
A moment. Obviously, this is a big decision point.
No rush.
I might take a little bit here.
Right.
uh-oh. Okay. Looked like we froze there for a second, but I think we're okay. He's just being very calm. Which is good. This is a pretty high pressure situation.
May I see a grave?
Okay. Taking a long think about this again. It's
I'll go Brobnar.
a rough spot for Ben the Monkey. Backnose got really just a terrifying setup going on over
Both
here.
creatures can fight into Harmel.
It's gonna kill him.
Yep.
So we've got a
Oh, obviously it's backwards.
yeah, fighting with the 2 warriors to kill the Harmala Toon.
Vow of Blood.
Plays a Vow of Blood
Deal
to
2
kill
damage
the
to
Get
creature,
Hammer and
so
the
gonna die. Everything's gonna get
Headhunter.
enraged.
Wow.
And Drumble.
Really not too bad. And that kills the Drumble. Getting all that amber back. And now we get the sad face from Ben the Monkey. We're looking at a enraged board of Brobnar creatures, but really a good chunk of the strength of that combo dealt with, except for now there's just 6 creatures on board that can reap, and you're still at Backnose still at 9 amber there, so
A bunch.
and one of the creatures that's still on board is Brick Nasty, which means even with these enraged tokens, they're going to be able to fight and still gain amber. So
And I will draw 3.
Vow of Blood, have not seen that card played very often, but it always does more than I expect it to. It's kind of it's a card that surprises me for sure, especially from my initial impressions.
And you check on how much?
This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
12. Okay. Right. Yeah, well, I'll play Brotnar.
Yeah, I would say so.
Back no, taking time to
You know
think
what's
about
coming.
this. It'd be pretty interesting if the Rant Rive is there. I was gonna say it'd be pretty interesting if that was the last card in deck, but
All right.
no luck for Ben the Monkey. So gonna go down to 6. So still in check. Still probably gonna get this key.
And
Neutral face now.
getting a chief.
We are happy we're getting a key. Sad we're gonna lose our board. Backno's gotta get a bunch of amber. Oh my gosh.
Lulu will fight into Ravi. He takes 4, making amber.
So we get fights from Ganger Chieftain and Lollop the Titanic. Lollop should be losing that in Rage there.
And
Just as a note, we do have a world champion in Archon, Dorian, going 2-0
draw
in the game over there against Sasawa.
So we have to shove in the
So
discard.
huge congrats to both of those players. These guys look like they'll still be at it for a little bit. We're still in game 1 here, so a little bit faster games on the other side.
My personal victory condition is met. I'm forging.
That's a great question.
That's the goal. Just to get to 1.
I believe he was on a
Dead. Got the 1 key.
scholar. I can't tell. The scholar's in the middle of the table, so I can't tell whose token it was.
That's worth a lot.
Oh no, I guess we watched. He was not on scholar. He was on. I think that was the Coda deck. Let me see if I have it here. Yeah, it was on Coda Gear Song. Soldado di Cubonatido.
And I'll draw 6.
Wow, so a Coda deck. After all of this, a Coda deck wins the first world champion. That is poetic. That's incredible.
I do forge.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck. I need to look at it again. The Shadows is pretty nasty though,
I'm a cheater. I'm just
I
gonna
must
throw it on
say.
my sleeve.
But also like the double. I mean, it's a scary deck. It's, but it's not what we've been seeing from Coda in a lot of the top tables, right? Most of what we've been seeing is things like Pink Fraud, where they have the, battle fleets and everything to be able to kind of key cheat out and just combo out really well. Whereas this one is just disruption, steal, and then the Logos library access combo. So huge congrats. That's incredible. Okay, over on this game though, we've got Backno in check with
Find out. Have fun with it.
looks like 10.
Alright.
2F likes Life Ward is
Hell, yeah.
huge. That's pretty
Put the
terrifying
Rumble
for
into your deck.
even for a lot of
Against your hand.
Worlds Collide Winds of Exchange decks. So
No,
we
no,
know
if I put
Isawa
Rumble
was
on top of your
playing
deck and you
a
do it,
Scholar
then I
deck,
cannot
but
lose.
Scholars need the Legionary trainers to come down first. So it doesn't matter how many Scholars you can make if you can't get that on the board to make them ready. It's way less impactful. So
Especially with your
also double Gateway, I think in that one is pretty good catch up, even though it gives you the chains. You've got the Logos to help even that out a little bit.
That would have been one hell of a play.
to get a Rumble. It wouldn't have been enough. But at least it would have been funny.
Okay, so I missed. Oh, we're doing the Talent Scout here. Okay, so taking the Dust Imp, giving the Talent Scout. Talent Scout also has the 2 Amber. Ben the Monkey was able to forge there as well, which is important here, but probably looking for some kind of way to help answer this Amber total.
Trading Frenzy.
We're going to see a Trading Frenzy to draw and then capture 3 onto the Dust Imp. Now, I don't think the Dust Imp is your you want the dust imp, but you don't want to put amber on it because you also have the generous offer. And hitting the generous offer. All right, Dorian just came in, winner again of Archon.
Well, generous offer.
That's huge.
You'll get your amber back.
So awesome.
Steal 2.
Steal 2. Steal 3. Oh, right. Yeah, the cavalry.
Okay, so there's a generous offer.
Oh, right.
Gonna give back the
And I
captured
get 2
amber.
from the destroy.
Blow up
I
dust
don't
imp.
get these
Best you can do there. So
I'm still at 8.
that is probably gonna be game on round 1 for
where's the
back
final?
now.
All right. You can't.
And then that's the game. Yeah, yeah.
GG.
There you go. There's the handshake for GG on game 1.
I mean, real nervous there. Like,
Would you guys like to take a break?
Ben the Monkey's got a lot to think about for next round here. And I'm going to be a little bit quieter because they're doing the interview with Dorian right next to me here. So, but these guys are still going. So, want to give them their airtime for sure.
No, you're talking about 3 tickets.
you don't think that?
My boys. Look at my boys at the bottom of the deck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. That
Okay,
was brutal.
so
Because I mean, I had to hold on to Kaboom for the entire game, but I had to get rid of Harmel first. And that's the ticket. Can't do it without getting rid of Harmel. That's okay.
so game 2, Ben the Monkey's got a lot to think about. Now that he's seen how this deck can just recycle the Holofest creatures so efficiently,
Yeah.
really you
And
kind of just have to try and build a bigger board. But I don't know if it does enough
There's usually decks where getting
token
all the
generation to
outback
really do that. We
is like,
didn't
oh
see
no,
much of
that's
the
really
Brobnar
strong.
from the
Oh,
Ooze this turn
with this
as
deck,
far as the
and you get
creatures.
outback. Yeah. I
Bumsy,
mean,
Jarl's
you just- you
Fend.
just-
We saw the
short
Rowdy,
of the list.
Rowdy
Maybe not.
Scalds, but they were
Okay,
by
I'm gonna
themselves
get,
on
yeah,
the
so
board.
drink.
The size of that board made the Ragnarok preps basically useless.
This one is in my deck.
That is in yes.
So I think this game could go differently. I don't think it's like a completely one-sided matchup,
Taking a break.
but that also felt pretty rough. Once that Brobnar all was out on the board, you can just see the strength of it and just how difficult it is to deal with without really specific cards. Other option for Ben the Monkey is just try and get Amber faster, try and just really race it out and be in check, but that Drumble really slows that plan down as well. Sure what they're talking about at the table. I, for some reason, can't actually hear the table audio. Ask Murph really quick. Okay, my guess is, I'm not sure what these guys are doing. I don't hear any table audio. So they might just be taking a walk around quick.
Then recording the results.
Maybe talking through if it's worth it with
One game for Carpal.
well, I mean, it's worth it. There's a Worlds invite on the line, right? Like, this is still a big game. But with the actual Worlds finals being done, see, but in no rush to get to game 2, it seems like. They might be talking to staff.
Well, what's really crazy is with ketamine, I didn't even capture there. I can actually one ketamine blow up with like quite a speed because I can capture it, blow her up, and then I'll make all those tokens, and then I can ship it out, and it gets the biggest deal of that. Yeah, no, perfect.
Jeremy said, not should never say again, Phloxem, because I guess should be very proud of that.
Say make sure to keep that down and off. Someplace where there's no way you can catch it.
Just sabotage the deck.
Somebody did it last night at the Grandma Minders by accident. Although I will say, the person who knocked it over was very nice. I mean, they obviously helped clean everything up, and then they went out and bought a bunch of decks and basically went and just gave them to the person they stole next time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So not great, but at least it was very nice that they.
Yeah. I would like to not buy a whole lot of decks.
Yeah, not. That's what I was telling when we were doing the world here. I said, absolutely no liquids on the table, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
Put it off to the side. I do these decks are way too much money
Yeah.
to have anything happen until somebody knocks the water over.
Yeah. Like no matter whether I win or not, my decks of Keyforge is gonna have tons of messages with people want to buy
Oh,
this.
absolutely. Absolutely. That's okay.
Huh?
Love that.
It is.
I'm glad to see one finally. We had one in Las Vegas that went close to topping it. Literally missed out on that one game, and
There's one out in the wild that's gonna give that one.
yeah.
Got an Amber Pip on Dinger Chieftain and double Government.
Oh, that's fun.
I think this might be a break in there.
No, the one that was in Las Vegas was a crazy Sparta Sword deck. I mean, like crazy Sparta Sword. It was great. It was awesome. So, who would you like to go first? And
Who would I like to go first?
yeah, you get to choose. Also, flip your card, your coins, your keys back over. With metal things that would denote how many things you've done.
Our coins are flipped.
Okay.
You can have this
Not
one.
quite sure what the delay there was
That's the
for,
biggest decision I need to make.
but it looks like we're getting ready to start going on
I didn't even think that.
game
Yeah.
2.
Team.
Again, Ben the Monkey got a pretty big hill to climb. in this one, just based off the matchup we saw at first. Just a huge Brobnar board that can fight and reap, along with that Rand Rive to be able to deal with Amber. Lots of
Can I
good
spawn a
just
friend?
synergy in Backnose deck,
On
really
whether or not
supporting
you
that
wanna go first.
Brobnar.
You cannot.
Okay. Like to use
But
a lifeline there, like to ask
Ooze is also a very well proven deck. Ben the Monkey,
You're
obviously a
guys
very
can
good
eat
player to
without
get here as
the
well.
guys.
So,
We do have a die.
and sorry
Ours
again
only
about the
has
table
the
audio.
option
I don't know why it's
if
so
you
quiet,
lose,
but it's at
you're allowed to
max.
just
It
pick random.
Yes,
just might be the best we can do.
you're absolutely allowed to choose. Or it because of basically what it is I can't stop you from rolling a die just to roll a die, and if you decide to wait more choice on the outcome of that die, I can't stop you from that.
And at the same time, if I decide to roll a die, then I can also choose to ignore the
Correct. Correct. Because you're just rolling a die.
Yeah.
You're not.
It has no power here.
That's right.
There's two cards that I don't want.
Still talking.
me
It's
to get
almost
traded, but I don't want him to get
3
Flash.
p.m.
Don't want him to
here.
get Flash. Don't want him to get Mother.
Still
don't
got
want
the
him to get
awards ceremony and
Those are the ones that you
Q
wouldn't
and
want
A
to
after
see
this. So
when getting him a free first player. Maybe Sutterkin would also be really great.
wonder if they're going to.
But other than but that's not that could be worse.
Yeah, they are going to wait for this game to finish.
Another benefit is I get to start trying to get ahead on board, which is super important for my deck. You'll go first.
I'll go first.
So they're going to announce the champions
Not
in
succeed,
15
try the
minutes
same thing
of
again.
everything
That
except
is what
this
they
match
do.
because this match
Always your
needs to
first
finish still.
We played Ida? No.
Was it on my second?
Was it?
What was
We
his first
talked
turn
about
last
my
game?
first turn.
When he went first, you mulliganed, and then you played
Mulligan, and they played
Brapple?
Brabble.
Yeah.
No, Wild
Wormhole
into
into
Brabble.
Yeah.
I remember it was Locust.
And if you care, that game was 12 rounds.
Pretty long.
Pretty long.
Yeah.
Both of our decks
Especially for this day.
Both of our decks usually don't go that long, yeah.
Well, I think both of you had a lot of your key components waiting. You know.
What key bonus does Ooze have? I don't know. That's part of what Ooze does, is it just has a bunch of stuff.
Are these double sleep?
Okay, I totally lied. It is close to 2 p.m. here. I'm using Murph's computer and it's got the wrong time zone on it apparently, because he's from out of town. So winners will be announced in an hour and 15 minutes. Until then, we've got this game to finish up. It's been some great Keyforge, and I'm loving that we're seeing so much variety. Like, we've already seen Worlds Collide stuff, we're seeing Master Vault, we're seeing Winds of Exchange, we've seen Mass Mutation, like Coda won Worlds, like, yeah. It's just such a testament to this game and the design of it and how it can be, you know, evergreen in a lot of ways, and how it's just built for matchups. Like, there's so many things that still factor into that in these players getting here. Not to discount their skill at all. They're all great players to be at this point, but Keyforge is also about matchups and stuff, and even just knowing how to play into the matchups. It's so different game to game. So
You have no firepower.
such a great weekend. I love it.
Yeah. They are.
Put one on the top for you.
This one is for you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I very much love that tradition. Where are you from, by the way?
Denmark.
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 Awesome. Chicago.
Chicago.
So I'm so glad that you're gonna get it because
So Ben the Monkey gets to choose whether or not to go first. We'll see what he chose.
Oh yeah.
I'll draw
Looks like he
7.
wants second,
I made day
so
two,
wants
like,
back now
3
going
times, and
first.
I've always lost my first game in day 2, so I'm.
I think that makes
ecstatic
sense.
that I'm
Again, I
going
think
far.
Ben the Monkey
That's
really needs to
This is
get
the first time I attend a tournament.
a board
Yeah.
presence
Awesome.
built before, especially before that Logos comes
Uh,
down, just so you can actually
I still need it.
fight some of the
Yeah.
Logos off instead of having to use your board control to do it.
Right.
That way it's a little bit less impactful when you have to use your board control for the Brobnar instead, or you can save it for that. Backno though, I think in a Hollowfest deck, you're probably mulliganing for Hollowfest, but honestly, in this one, I don't even know if that's the best option because it just gets better if you have the Ganger Chieftain on the turn you play it. If you don't have the Ganger Chieftain, your opponent has one turn to answer. It's not easy to answer, but your opponent has that turn. So,
I think it's right.
but again, with the Grim Reminder to be able to pull all that Brobnar back, it's
a 2/2/2.
It's gonna be tough to answer, but we'll see what Ben the Monkey can
Card
do.
I'd like to have in the first turn was one of those
Looks
two.
like both choosing to mulligan here.
Oh no, shuffle better than
Do
that.
some
I only just did a couple more.
extra shuffling.
Or else I'll shuffle more. Sorry.
I'll give it a good old shuffle.
Appreciate it so much.
You know what? I'm gonna give it one of these as well.
We're gonna be another 40 minutes.
Just doing their diligence. Ben the Monkey, of course, hoping Hollowfest is at the bottom.
Wanna swap a card?
I mean, I do that basically during the game, so no.
Yeah.
Both players, though, sound like they're still having a lot of fun. Ben the Monkey, seems like he'd be a really fun person to play against, just with all the stuff he's been putting on there. Backno and all the Keyfrog's team are a fantastic group of guys. I don't know them, but I've watched their streams. It seemed like, yeah, they love the game, love having fun playing. So I would imagine these guys are enjoying this no matter what. So at least that's my hope. And that's what it sounds like from the little bit of audio I can hear. All right, and we should be ready to start. Again, Backno's got turn one, and we've got a 5-card Mars hand in Ben the Monkey's hand there. So I don't know if he wanted Mars. Oh, man. And Backno has maybe an even better turn one with the Archon's callback to draw up to, let's see, that'd be 10 cards here. And Ben the Monkey has the choice of whether or not to play all of these. One of those is the Brain Dart. It might be worth holding, but at this point, I think you just saw your opponent draw up to 10 cards. You're digging fast for some creature control, so my guess is that gets played here, but
Go Mars.
We'll see.
Clone home. Make a token.
Got to clone home. Okay, so clone home getting archived here is something that didn't happen in the last game. There are 2 of those as well. So that could just help you keep that board more full so that so many more of your cards actually have a little bit more impact when you play them. We do have a sad Xanthix Harvester here with no creatures behind it. Okay, Ben the Monkey taking a very conservative turn compared to what that turn could be. I couldn't quite tell what the other cards were, so it's hard to know, if they were all creature control cards that he wants against Backno, then that makes some sense, but choosing not to go the route of just cycling most of that through.
That's a knee clapper.
This is a bit of an odd situation, I must admit. Okay. I will discard Grim Reminder.
Ooh, discarding the Grim Reminders, so that's a pretty big one to see that go this early. For Backno, it makes sense. You can't hold on to that for half the game. It's just not worth it. We are getting the Terror coming down to get the 2 Amber, and then 2 Imps. Both are not great to see if you're Ben the Monkey. Especially both of those are cards you want to hit with the Talent Scouts if you can. And then the Lash coming down early as well to really build up that not Shaffles. I get all my Imps mixed up. Drumble, the Drumble turn. And, of course, the Rant and Rive. Okay, so we're back to Ben the Monkey here. Back now at 2 Amber, Ben the Monkey on 0. Ben the Monkey with some stuff that he can't really get a lot of value out of right now on the board.
I'll go Mars, archive in hand.
Okay, so
Mesmers.
Ben the Monkey goes back into Mars, picks up the archive. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense now that we see. Well,
Clone home. Make a token creature.
not sure.
Smile for the
We'll see. Getting the drop hip off of the Mesmerist. Clone home coming back down to make a token again, just keep getting that board wider and wider. Again, though, we know Ben the Monkey probably has at least 2 more Mars cards in hand.
Okay. Brain
We're
dart.
going to see the Brain Dart. Okay.
Gain an amber.
So
Drop
damage,
it.
enrage, and an amber.
Dodge pip.
I would imagine you just throw this on the Brabble, planning to
Thank you so much.
punch it out before it's going to do too much damage, or just put it on the Dust Imp so that you're at least getting some value when it gets blown up.
Terror. Brabble will get the thing.
Does he get the amber?
Looks
before
like he's
he
going to
destroys
stop there,
it?
though.
No, he loses. Yeah, that makes
Did
sense.
choose to put it on the Brabble, so the Brabble's now enraged, has an
Right,
amber on it.
that's
Ben the Monkey on 1 amber.
I also just had to remember Ludo.
And there's the raid from
Ready,
Tabletop
draw?
Royale. Thank you guys for sending it over here. For everyone just joining from that stream, huge congrats to Archon World's winner. Over here, we are on game 2 of the Archon Open Championship. So as they said, this is first place gets an invite to Worlds next year. I'm not sure if they get a bye, but still, basically your first people qualified for Worlds next year will be one of these two. Backno on the top is playing a Master Vault deck with some nasty Holofast and other supportive shenanigans, and then Ben the Monkey is playing the Ooze that trains all 3 houses, Woe, with Warrior tokens. A very proven deck over here in the Vault Tours it's been played in. Backno is up 1-0 at the moment, and they just started game 2 here, so we're a couple turns in, no keys forged yet, and the boards just keep growing. Mini Group Think Tank is a pretty interesting one in this matchup. Both players kind of planning to have lots of creatures of one house down on the board. So, and the Archimedes, of course, being a really interesting card, along with some of these destroyed effects here with the Brabble and Dust Imp right next to it. If you're Ben the Monkey, I think you need to try and get those, at least a Brabble killed soon, so you can gain more Amber without it being as scary. Problem is you can't use your Harvester right now, otherwise the Mars turn of capturing another on top of it and then fighting doesn't look too bad. But we haven't seen Brobner yet, and there's a lot of great targets for Berserker Slams here, although it's not going to do a whole lot as far as Backnose Amber control. It could help keep this board down, and I think, again, that's just really what Ben the Monkey is trying to do here, is get his board bigger and keep this board smaller, just in preparation for the Brobnar board that's going to come down. Haven't had a glimpse at his hand that he's got currently, so I'm not quite sure what we're looking at as far as options. We know there's still some Mars. He's had, I think he had a 5 card Mars turn, or hand, turn 1, and he's been very conservative in playing all of those out, so might be holding a Kaboom. Again, it's tempting to play that here, just to kind of reset things a little bit, but we will see. Taking a long think here. It's tough. After game 1, Ben the Monkey's got a lot of decisions to make on how to stay prepared as much as you can for this Brobnar turn. There's not a
Brobnar.
ton you can do outside of like your board clears like the Kaboom. Again, the Talent Scouts are always an option to see if you can just snipe some of those pieces before Backno gets a chance to play them.
Gain Amber.
Does go into Brobnar.
Choose
It's going to hit that
Archimedes.
Archimedes and remove some Amber there. That does give you an Amber though, so this Brabble just getting more value, kind of the more you stack up.
Fight Batdrone.
Or you can just leave it on the board and let Ben the Backno fight it into you. Take out the Bat Drone and the Armadrone.
Amber.
Second Berserker Slam, this is the one with the damage pip.
Because of the damage pip.
Able to take out that mini group Think Tank. No Amber to lose there. Should put Ben the Monkey up to 3 amber. It looks like he's pushed it just down below where we can see again.
Before, draw 2.
Not sure it's worth asking him to push it up again.
Game goes, the more my demise is sealed.
If Jeremy comes back around, we'll go ask him.
Turn surprisingly easy, actually. I played this.
So definitely a different feeling game from game 1 already. I think this is actually a little bit slower for Backno compared to what we had game 1. But game 1 I kind of thought was maybe slower than he wants. So I think this might be a little bit of a low roll for him in terms of what he wants to see.
That's why. I was just like, oh.
Ben the Monkey just kind of really seems like he's doing a lot of handcrafting, but being able to keep the bigger board here. And looks like we're getting some takebacks a little bit just on the activation of the Brabble there, which is fine. Friendly players here. We saw that in the last match too. Love to see just the sportsmanship and people wanting the best game, not just the easiest win. So love the Keyforge community. All right, there's an unlock gateway, so that's just gonna wipe the board. Ben the Monkey gets the amber off of Brabble and then loses an amber off of Brabble. And then Backno will get the 2 off of the Dust Imp. See, 2 more Mars cards. Ooh, and the other one is a clone home with an amber pip. Definitely something Ben the Monkey wants to see. We have the other clone home in the archives right now, but no amber pip on that one is a significant difference. So Backno only drawn 2 there. Gotta think there's a decent amount of Brobnar in hand at this point. We've only seen Dis and Logos turn so far, so see if Ben the Monkey has at least one of those talent scouts. I still see more Mars. Oh, we do see one of the talent scouts. I know it's got the 2 amber pips on there, so might see that come down, try and grab something. I'm still not sure what you grab, and it's really unfortunate now that you don't have a board. Grabbing Ganger Chieftain at least gets you some value. Although taking the Harmala Tune with warrior tokens could be really big in this game if he's able to grab that as well. So see if that's the route he chooses to go. Probably really thankful at this point he doesn't need to use mass buyout early in the game like he did last game. That was a really bad tempo loss. Is needed, but really set him back in the amber race. We can't see the pictures you're drawing with your amber, Ben the Monkey. Last game he was giving us smiley faces. Okay, so we've got the Get Hammer, we've got Rant and Rive, we've got Headhunter, Screech Bomb, Think Twice, and Mother. So last game he got the Mother off of the first talent scout. It's so tough, but I'd be really tempted just to take the Get Hammer. But looking at this, you should be able to, well, you can't necessarily forge. You can force, well, yeah, you can probably force a forge here. Taking the this turn just to lash does nothing for Backno, so you could just, I mean, I don't know if he's at 8 or not yet. I don't think he is. But at least you know now that you shouldn't go to 8. Very tough decision, though. What else does he have in hand? He's holding it pretty upright. Can't see too much. I know there's at least one other Equidon card that I saw. Not sure what it was.
Mother.
Opts to take the Mother. I really don't have a clue which of those is better. It's a really tough call. Getting yourself more draw at this point in the game with the current amber and board states is really good. And you know there's not going to be anything too crazy coming out of Brobnar for at least one more turn. But you can see in that discard there, no Brobnar has come down yet, so Backno is just going to be drawing into so much more of that really soon. So you just got to be ready for it. And really, I think the Mother probably actually gets you more prepared for that, so I don't dislike that call. But in the moment, probably a really tough one for him to think through. then the other card there is just a Steward Susan, Suzanne, however you say it.
Headhunter.
Back now on 4 amber currently. Not sure what the counting here is for. Counting amber totals?
Forced retirement. My steward. I'm saving him for Harmel, but
Okay, so we're going to do a forced retirement on the Steward just to get yourself one more amber. Again, we know the Rant Rive is in hand, so he's got to be playing under 8 there. My guess is that puts him right at 6 or 7.
Turn. Ready. Draw 4. Up to 7.
And he'll draw 4 cards here, which is pretty big. All right, so pretty confident this key is going through. Doesn't really make sense for Backno to go the dis turn because he doesn't have any cards in hand. My guess is we just see the Brobnar. It'll be interesting to see if he holds the Rant Rive or not. He can think twice in logos. I'm thinking that's what Ben the Monkey was looking there at, is what actions can he think twice. I don't think there's anything too crazy. Even like your Grim Reminders is not doing much for you now because you haven't played any of your Brobnar yet. So he might be holding that think twice for quite a while just to get that Brobnar archive later on. So we do see the Brobnar turn happen. We're getting the Screech Bomb down, and then we'll see the Headhunter and Get Hammer.
Under.
Okay, being smart, keeping that Talent Scout in the middle so it's not going to get sniped by, I think there's one more Berserker Slam. I think we saw 2 early on. I think we got 1 left, so just protecting your Amber a little bit. Try and keep that versatile creature on the board so you can get some value out of it.
I have 2.
Okay, so he does choose to hold the Rant and Rive.
Fantastic.
It's pretty big.
I forged for 6 and my victory condition.
So lots of information for Ben the Monkey here. We know the Think Twice is in hand. We know the Rant and Rive is in hand. We do have first Keyforge this game by Ben the Monkey. So very, very different feeling game than game 1. Ben the Monkey seems like at least a lot less pressure right now from Backno. And a lot more control for Ben the Monkey just to kind of keep a steady pace going and keep working away at this board.
They give you a 5-power creature to fight it too.
It's interesting though, we haven't seen much Brobnar from Ben the Monkey either besides that turn of Berserker Slams. We've had very few creatures come down from that, and even the tokens I think that were made that were the Brobnar Warriors, the cards underneath were Mars cards, I believe. So going to be a lot of Brobnar coming from Ben the Monkey soon here too. Just if it's going to be a turn 2 late or not will be interesting. Do see more Mars in hand there. Looks like 3 Mars cards at least. But you've already seen a lot of Mars, and if you don't have any more creatures, or if you don't have 2 more creatures in hand, you're not going to be able to re-archive the Clone Home. And I think that's something you really want to keep archived in this game, just to really keep your creature number up. Be ready to fight off some of this Brobnar stuff. Again, no time limit on these games, so taking his time just to make sure he knows exactly what he's doing. Does call Mars and take the archives.
Like 2 generator.
Gonna get a Mark II generator with an Amber Pip, making a token. See if he's got one more. There we go. Tixel Beam Buckler will snipe that Talent Scout. That Tixel Beam Buckler has done a lot of work both of these games. It's a very nice card for getting rid of those problem creatures. We are going to see the Clone Home come back down, and it's going to get re-archived.
Archives. Hypnotic. The Get Hammer will capture 1. It's on side.
Hypnotic Command there just for 1 card. Not quite as effective when you don't have Mars tokens, but still a good tool in there, especially if
Ready.
Bacno wants to fight that Get Hammer,
You
which
have
is
4
active
drop
because of the Mother that Ben the Monkey put on the board. So just saw Bacno's hand. I didn't quite make out what was in there, but we could easily see.
We're gonna go.
It's like a lot of logos, and then a Bramo.
We're gonna play the logos. I'm gonna play wild.
Okay, so we are gonna go to the logos turn. Gonna wild wormhole.
Are you ready for this? Do.
It's the Holofest.
Oh,
I don't know if that's really what he wants to see there, but
bunch of stuff in my deck.
that's really
love a
interesting.
wild wormhole.
Ben the Monkey, I think, is happy to see that, especially if he's redrawn into the second Talent Scout. That will be really big. So Bacno choosing to grab all of them. We'll take 3 chains.
Love getting wild. A different game today near the finals.
So,
the wild wormhole and
with
the
that,
wild-
we're gonna
wild
see
wormhole to,
if he chooses to play the Think Twice or not.
neutron
I'd be
shark
really tempted to just
that
hold it now
did something
because I know I'm playing
to
Holofest next
decide the
turn,
game.
and then I can just hold that Think Twice to Grim Reminders as soon as Ben the Monkey is able to deal with the board, if he's even
But
able
you're
to
so
deal with
kind
it.
to give me a turn to prepare for it.
Problem for Bacno though is Ben the Monkey now has complete vision that that's coming next turn, so is going to be very incentivized to kill that Get Hammer before it drops. I think that's probably what the clapping was from Ben the Monkey. This is one of the better scenarios he can have as far as how that's going to be coming onto the board. All right, see what else Bacno does with this Logos turn. Got 3 chains now for that.
Then I will. Play Bat Drone.
See the Bat Drone come down next to the Get Hammer. Again, placement is really interesting with the 2 Ganger Chieftains as well. I would almost be tempted to put it on the other side just so you can Ganger Chieftain the Get Hammer if it survives. Ben the Monkey's next turn. Okay, so he is going to pass. That means he is still holding both Think Twice and Rant and Writhe. So lots of information for Ben the Monkey and no loss of chains here for Bacno. He's got a full hand.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, I thought he said the turn was done. Instead, he's going to Think Twice the Archon's Callback. So drawing 5 more cards. I think that puts him at an 11 card hand.
Draw 5 cards.
Let's see. He played
Appreciated.
3 logos. Holofest would bring 3 back. And then, yeah, draws 5 more.
And.
Okay, so a little bit more aggressive there for sure.
Yeah.
And so
I thought this might.
I'm just
You're-
messing. I'm just messing.
Alright.
Like, no, it exhausts after my draw step.
It's my turn.
Or readies. Actually, no, readies before the draw step anyway, so.
Great.
Okay, well, lots of information for Ben the Monkey to deal with. The question is, what can you actually do about it? Calling Brobnar, killing Get Hammer would be huge. But can you do more than that? Because with how much Bacno has in hand, you're still going to have Brick Nasty coming down with Harmlatoon and double Ganger Chieftains probably able to, yeah, just do a lot of work against this board and start gaining a lot of Amber.
Brick.
You have one too.
Ragnarok prep. Make a token creature.
Gonna
Add
Ragnarok
more
prep,
cards to
so
use
getting
to
more
use
tokens on the board, getting rid of some Amber from Bacno's side. We've got the Brick Nasty down too, so those warriors are gonna die fighting
Bumsy,
and
you
getting
want-
Amber. Bumpsy comes down, so more big bodies on the board.
Rowdy Scald.
Not a clue what that card is. Rowdy Scald, I think is what I heard him say.
Fight once into Get Hammer.
We'll probably know soon enough.
Destroy it.
And we're gonna
And
have
one.
a
That
fight
is a
into
fulfillment.
Get Hammer.
Don't love the fact that I'm leaving your bat drone, but we have priorities. and that priority is to not let you get an entire second turn tomorrow next turn. So then we're going
And
to
a
get
fight into
hammer.
Get Hammer. So that'll gain him one more amber as well.
And an
And
amber fighting.
more importantly, really turn off what could have been a
We'll find out
disgusting
next week
turn
whether or
with
not
that
we have
Hollowfest.
this turn or waited, but probably this turn.
Sorry, with the Bracken crew. I keep saying Hollowfest, just
I do love being
assuming that that means all of the band members.
Ready
But
to be
much more
enraged. Thank you so much.
much
Appreciate it.
better feeling position for Ben the Monkey this
And
round.
I will draw 4.
Backno still has a good turn coming, I'm sure, but not quite in the way where
I
it's
did update him to say after
winning
4
more. He's got some ground to catch up. Let's see if he can
Alright.
do that with this
Ready.
Brobner turn. Again, those
Got me so excited.
Ganger Chieftains really still make this stronger if he was able to draw at least one.
Excuse me.
If you draw 2,
Well,
you can rule of 6 them, I believe, with
check your
the
focus.
Harmla Tune on the board. It doesn't get you a whole lot because they both have the same name, but still a few more fights with Brick Nasty on the board.
everyone's surprised.
It's my surprise face.
Yeah, I know because I haven't seen it before.
Okay, so we do go with Brobnar turn. We're going to get Volca on the board, so splash attack.
Nasty.
Not going to do a ton against this board. Everything is big enough. We're probably just going to end up fighting into it anyways.
Lantern.
Brick Nasty, Harmla Tune. See what else he's got. We know there's a Bramo. Okay, we got Lollip as well. Bramo was in hand from
And
before.
Ramo. Then Headhunter's gonna suicide into Brick Nasty. I only gain 1 for my
Okay.
Brick Nasty.
Headhunter trades with the Brick Nasty. We'll gain 1 amber for that fight. Headhunter goes back into hand.
And I will play.
Headhunter comes back down.
Then I will.
Do you have the Ganger Chieftain? Ben the Monkey for sure. Sad to see the Brick Nasty go, but probably feeling way better at least having some creatures that can fight and chip away at this big board. Getting the Harmel and Brick Nasty off the board would be huge next turn. Doesn't quite have enough to do that right now, but again, we did see the Vow of Blood, and if he was able to draw into that, that could be really impactful against this board.
Yeah, I'll pass the turn. Okay. I don't draw any cards.
Okay, so no Ganger Chieftain. So it's going to sit here for a turn, ready to be answered. See if Ben the Monkey has anything. I think he has options. It's just which is the least damaging.
And I check with 2.
Not check.
Backno. Couldn't tell if he drew any or not. Should still be on chains. If he was on 11, he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's on 5, so he should have dropped a chain at least. Do you see the mass buyout in Ben the Monkey's hand? That would be quite the call now that you're actually ahead a key and some amber. It's much different than when it was played last game. But you don't really have a way of killing the Harmla Tune first, so it's still not an ideal play. Might just wait one more turn, see if he can call Brobnar again.
I have a quick question.
Ooh, good catch. So splash from
In a private.
Volca.
I'd like to. No, you
Yeah,
don't.
there should be splash.
But I'd like to be able to, yes, do it in a way that I don't.
All right, let me pause. I'll go in there quick. Good catch, Pack.
Is it something that you show me in your hand, or is it something?
I can't think of a way to do it where it won't reveal what it is.
I could just step outside.
I don't want you to leave.
If you maybe if you just turn around or just close your eyes.
Oh,
And
yes.
then this okay. Thank you so. Okay, that's much better. So if this activates, does this count?
Yeah, because they won't. They won't. They won't be. They won't. That's will get triggered.
Okay, interesting.
Correct. Also,
Okay, thank you so much.
When we had the fight for the we missed the splash damage from
Volga, thank
the
you.
Volga fight.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
You're good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that was very very helpful.
Okay, I think we're getting that splash put on there. Very good catch pack.
Cool. So you fought into Brick, who was here.
I believe
Sounds
that's the
about
right
right.
positioning he's
So
pointing
it
at.
was-
Oh, right. I completely
The
forgot.
token was already on the board
The two
before the brick came
the
down.
Volga splash damage.
It's hard to know if those things will be consequential, but you hate to have missed it and then get to a turn like 2 turns later where you're like, oh wait, if that had happened, this would be totally different. So definitely want to make sure it's a clean game. Okay, so we see lots of Equidon in hand there for Ben the Monkey. A little bit awkward with the mass buyout and the generous offer. Yeah, the static effects they get to be a lot for sure.
Such an interesting thing.
That was quite the thing to remember this weekend with the menagerie decks. There were some that had multiples of the curse artifacts that we've seen, and so you just have like 3 different static effects sitting on your board that your opponent gave you. So you don't even want to remember the ones your opponent gave you. So it was even worse. My opponent had to remind me every time after my turns.
All right, this is gonna be a minute because it's gonna be super impactful. God.
Okay, so still lots to think about. There's a lot of different options for how to tackle this. Also doing it without gaining too much amber because we do know, see if Ben the Monkey remembers, but we do know that Backnose still has the Rant and Rive, so could come into play here. You also have that Screech Bomb that hasn't gone off, which can kind of hold you off a key so that you do end up bursting back up past Rant and Rive turn after that. So
Rant and Rive is just so rude.
even if Ben the Monkey answers this, it's probably going to give Backno some chance to really recover on the Amber side just because of how much it's going to probably cost Ben the Monkey to do it. Especially if he decides to go with the mass buyout. But I would be very tempted here to fight with Brobnar 1 turn, let Backno have the reaping and fighting, and then mass buyout next turn.
We'll go Brobnar. Rowdy Scald. Amber Pip.
Okay, so he does go Broadmar. We see that second Rowdy Scald with the Amber Pip come down. Didn't see if he had any other Brobnar cards in hand. It didn't look like it. So no Vow of Blood is kind of rough. Means these warriors really aren't fighting for much value because they don't really trade with anything.
We'll fight the Batrone.
Okay, takes out the Bat Drone. Really thinking more about this kind of Amber gain. Ooh, second Ragnarok prep.
7. Lose 2.
So Backno climbing back on the board, but just not able to keep Amber.
Obviously trades with Harmel.
Bumpsy fights into the Harmlow Tune. Not able to kill the brick, it doesn't seem, so this Brobnar turn is still going to be pretty nice for Backno. You can pop the Screech Bomb to keep Ben the Monkey off check, still holding that Rant and Rive for a bigger turn later, and you still have the Lash, so you can always do even a
F5.
Dis turn. If your board gets wiped next turn, you can still do a Dis turn and probably
F5.
keep him off the
Draw
key
seal up to
again,
7. Check
and
at
then
6.
go back into
Ready to
Brobnar and
switches.
Rant and
Sorry about
Rive.
how long that turn took, but
Okay.
So,
turns out
Reap
really
with a
late.
Rowdy Scald takes Ben the Monkey to check. Back to Backno, who still has Brick
You check
Nasty
at
and Volca on the
6.
board, so plenty of Amber to be gained just by fighting off this big board, which
Gonna
hurts
make
Ben
you
the
really
Monkey
wait
plenty
for
because
that.
that mass buyout will get him less Amber if
If
he's
you're
forced to
You
do that
just
next
get
turn.
Amber for it, and that's all you're gonna get.
Uh, and especially if Backno is able. Again, I don't know if Backno drew any cards last turn, which means probably no Ganger Chieftains. Yeah, he puts his hand to the side, so guessing there's nothing coming from there this turn, but you use the value you got right now.
I mean,
But it ain't broke.
if it ain't broke,
Go Brobner. That's what they say.
we call problem.
Okay.
Street
This is still game 2. Okay, like Zoc just said, we burn the Screech Bomb to blow up 2 Amber. Sad face from Ben the Monkey. Yeah, I don't know what's happening on these the open side, but we're just getting some long matches over here, both in the Alliance
No,
and on
no
the
armor.
Archon side. Archon, this second game started really late. They had a long pause. I'm not sure what caused that, but it took them a while to get going after game 1.
Oh, no.
And
Thanks.
okay, so we're getting some
Volca
fighting
will
happening.
fight here.
That Mother
And
finally
he
taken
takes
out.
4 damage.
Ben the Monkey got
And I gain an Amber.
5 or 6 turns of extra draws with that.
Excuse me.
Okay, so actually need to be a little bit,
here.
well, yeah, killing some things off with the splash
Gain
damage.
Amber, and she takes 3 damage.
It's 2 damage, 3 damage there, and then the
Volca
Headhunter is
will
going to be able to
fight
fight, stay alive,
this.
gain 2 Amber. Brick Nasty can reap, so Backno will be able to go to check
4
here,
damage, and I gain 2 Amber.
which is
Now
also
Brick
pretty
Nasty
big,
will reap.
because now that mass buyout
Then I
probably gives up a key even with the
check with 6.
generous offer. If you have a creature to play with it, I'm not sure he did have an Equidon creature to play with the generous offer. I think the other card he had was the what is it? The both sides capture 3. Sorry, it's been a long weekend. 3 straight days of playing Keyforge. I'm surprised I'm being able to
Put on.
put together sentences as it is.
Blacksmith.
Trading
Amber.
Frenzy is the one. Oh, he's got the Blacksmith. So we are going to be able to see him do the
Generous offer.
generous
Yeah,
offer here.
Blacksmith.
Steal 2.
Steal 2.
Pretty generous.
Which, interestingly enough,
Blacksmith anyway.
puts him on 7 instead of 8. But Backno doesn't want to
General
go back
will deal 1
into
damage
Brobner next turn
to
anyways,
Volca.
if everything is going to die.
That will kill.
Yep. There's no forge.
Okay, we've got an
so that's
important
good.
damage pip there on the General Zot Orha, taking Backno's
My turn.
expected gain from this mass
Mass buyout.
buyout down
Right.
1 Amber.
I get 2
It
Amber.
is still going to put him in check though.
You'll get 2 Ember and I get 1.
And then Ben the Monkey gets 1 there, putting him up to 8. And the scoop.
I give myself the Amber for the general. I had 4 Ember at the start.
It's fine. At the start, you stole
1 from general. Stole 2.
Ben the Monkey just planning ahead for what he's expecting, but I expect a dis turn here from Backnote. There's no reason not to lash and get some cards out because we know you don't have any other cards in hand that are Brobnar, otherwise they would have been played by now. Also the chance that he has just the Drumble anyways and able to capture all of it now that Ben the Monkey has used a lot of creature control, could be a really strong play just to help stabilize. Should be a Keyforge tier, unless I missed something.
Do know that you're gonna feel real bad if you have to go. I'm gonna just do the one thing. Okay. We will go Shrewd Investor without the play
Ooh,
effect.
still playing cards. Okay, I did
Create
not
dragon,
notice that he had
Amber, drop it.
more in hand.
And I capture
That's
3.
really big.
And then we've got Tourist Trap. We
And
will
a Tourist
kill
Trap.
unfortunately 1 damage on the Shrewd Investor, but we do get a token. And we do get to shuffle our deck.
That really changes things. Having that extra follow-up to stop the key from happening is really rough for Backno.
You're on how much?
9 is also big, Data Forge stream.
It's like we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.
9.
Ben the Monkey agrees.
1.
So that Lash now
3.
can tax for the full 9, but is probably just not going to get the Rant and Rive value here, which is such a tough call. It's one of those cards that's really hard to know if it's worth holding or not.
And that's a magic number.
Yeah, I agree, but the bigger thing is just he doesn't have any other Brobnar cards to play with the Rant and Rive, so yeah. But the question is, he's got to have a lot of dis at this point. We've seen so much logos too that I have to imagine his hand is 2 or 3 discards at least. With that Essence Scale too, might be able to do a little bit of work. Unfortunately, the Shrewd Investor is elusive, so probably not going to be able to fight and kill that this turn. What other creature control? He does have the Fear, so he might be able to just bounce that back up. I don't know if that's in hand yet. So he also has Snarette, which I don't think we saw come down last game. Snarette could stop the key, but I'm not sure what's in his hand. I don't have missed that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's honestly a new
And
tradition
the
that I think I'm gonna keep doing.
1 card cut,
in honor of this game.
best or worst card you put on top.
Because that's so fun. All right.
My turn?
Yep.
I will play Dis.
So we hear the disc call.
Yep.
Is going to Lash.
And
we see the Snarette.
He sure do.
York.
See a Yerk to discard card. Okay, so getting some efficiency too, just being able to start shaking off those chains.
Essence Scale to ready this guy.
Essence Scale to reap with the Snarette.
He sure does.
Oh, not to reap with the Snarette. Yes, reaping. Okay.
At the end of my turn, she captures 1.
So no Forge there.
I have 3 cards, so
and we'll get. Yeah.
No, you should.
So
Good catch.
it's still the tough question, Doc, right? Like now, if you don't draw into any more Brobnar, do you just get forced to play the Rant and Rive anyways because now you don't have a good disc turn? So we'll really see.
I was just like, shoot, have I just forgotten my chain for I don't know how many?
You haven't. I've been watching it.
Round. Your turn.
Ben the Monkey also could just Tourist Trap here to take the Snarette before it has too much Amber on it.
Snorettes would look good on me.
Backno still not even at check for key 1 though, is just a really rough spot.
Is that cute? Is that too cute? Great. It's very cute.
Red?
It's very cute. It's very cute.
Not sure what they're checking there.
Is your discard?
Sure.
But I'm really interested to see what they're going to do when we hit that 3 o'clock mark here and these games are still going on. So I know they really want to do that Q&A. They want to do closing ceremonies, but at this rate, these games will not be done by then. It's hard because these are really good games. Like this is a fantastic matchup between these two decks.
No, let's just be reasonable. Or go Brobnar. It's boring.
So we definitely want to see how it plays out,
Ice
but
World,
lots of thinking from these guys too.
fresh marks.
All right, Smiley Face has nose. We're going to fresh marks to blow that up and put one more amber on the Snorette. And then the warrior's just going to kill the Snorette. So that is 12 amber for Ben the Monkey. So even at this point, the Rant and Rival alone does not stop the key. This really comes down to what Backno drew. If he drew more Brobnar, but there's not too much Brobnar to draw into left. I think both Ganger Chieftains. But there's no other creatures left in Brobnar.
House.
So it'd really just be the Ganger Chieftains. Oh, or the Drumble is an option.
Lashing, it's your turn. Lose a chain.
That's all he does for the turn. But he does get to draw 2. Oh no, that's his last chain, so he just draws 1. So, opting here, instead of using the Rant and Rive to stop a key, just going to try and blow up as much amber as possible.
Oh, do ya? Do.
We'll go Mars. Arc up the hand.
Okay, got a Mars call from Ben the Monkey.
Game can do this. Batminder.
This is going to start getting wide really fast.
Clone home.
Clone home back down. Going to get to archive that again.
Archives.
And we have had a cycle from Ben the Monkey. Have we had a cycle? I think we've cycled. So we might be able to find that second clone home, but I believe he would have played it by now if he had it.
Harvester.
Got a damage pip on the Harvester. So halfway towards killing this Drumble.
Hypnotic.
Oh, and the Hypnotic Command.
Type and put him on. So yeah, you lose 2.
Is it one for?
It's for 2 amber.
Oh, right.
Putting it 14 amber on the Drumble at the moment.
Put an Irony X propaganda.
Propaganda going down on the Jarl Sven.
We'll make another token creature just for fun.
Make another token.
Already.
So, I believe we saw the gateway pretty
My turn.
early, if I remember, if I'm not confusing that with game 1. So I'm not quite sure what other answers Backno has to this board now that the tables have kind of flipped. And we've already just gone into dis 2 turns in a row. So we're probably looking at some logo stuff, which is really not going to do much for you. So like Archimedes, even mini group Think Tank can kill a Brobnar creature, but it's not quite the board control you want here. Judge just making sure that damage pip is very clear where it's at.
I will play Entropic Swirl. This guy.
Okay, so we are going logos. We're going to Entropic Swirl that Shrewd Investor. So going to see if we can finally get a key for Backno over here. Again, we might get that mini group Think Tank down.
And I will archive a card.
Edai to archive, so we should see a shuffle through soon, which could be really big for Backno. He really needs to get
I will draw 1, 2.
through. So we are going to see the shuffle,
How many chains you have? Is that your last chain?
but only 2 card logos turn there, and check just at 6. So see if that's enough, but I doubt it, especially with Berserker Slams probably back in the mix. Neither of these cards are probably long for this world.
forgot to put the Holofast on top for you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, because you got 2 Ganger Chieftains in your hand. What? A Vatron. And a Fear. My memory serves, but don't react to me saying that.
Okay. Ben the monkey probably taking a good shuffle on this just to make sure that that Holofest ends up on the bottom.
How long? 35 minutes?
Doesn't matter.
53 minutes.
Oh,
Going through this
did you
before
say
taking his
number?
turn probably indicates
No, it was when you said that.
another talent
so-
scout,
Yeah,
but
it was,
we'll see. Tourist Trap here could be interesting because you can take the Eddy and you actually have archive cards with the Clone Homes. So it's just kind of another thing for Backno to deal with. Both players are all about that one card.
Destiny draw.
The one card random flip
Right.
on top.
We're gonna take a mosey on down to the Brobnar land.
I check with 7, by the way.
You do. You do. You do. We will play Zerker Slam, Gain an Ember,
You kill that eye.
damage on Dumble, and 4 damage.
Okay,
to
so we
Eye.
see the
Oh, you
damage
do
pip
like
Berserker
it.
Slam
Mhm.
killing off both. So 1 damage hitting the Drumble and then the actual slam hitting
Now
the
it's
Eddy.
6.
And that
Yeah,
is going to
cut.
be Lost
Now it's 4.
Amber. Was he at 7? Maybe I just wasn't able to see it correctly. I thought he was at 6 at the start of turn.
Make a token creature.
So there should be 1 more Lost Amber.
Then we'll move 3 times. Now think of the
Is anyone in
archetype.
chat? Were they able to tell? Maybe I was just missing it. Was he at 7? I think I heard him say check at 7
It's a bit more limited. This I call a square.
on there. I think one of them was just
You
hidden
may
behind.
to see while I do
I'm
art.
sure on.
Oh, great question. 6.
All right, what are we getting next? Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, Wethel. So I could only see 6,
18,
but
20. How much value can a random ride be? I mean,
Apparently upwards of 10.
that is the biggest
yeah,
nose.
all
Okay,
right,
make the
all right.
eyes
I'll
bigger
flip
instead.
Brobnar. I'll draw my archetype.
And I believe that is 15 Amber on his side, and that will be the Rant and Rive to drop.
You're reduced to 10.
indeed.
Oh, it's more than 15, so it's 8, 6,
4, 6, 8, 10.
it's at 20, so it loses 10 Amber, which is
And I got a number.
a lot of Amber. But still, 10 Amber is a lot to try and deal with here.
Flank takes 2.
And you just reshuffled, so now that Rant and Rive is not coming back for key 3. I guess you could think twice it. We'll see if Ben the Monkey thinks about that one. If we get to that point.
3 damage.
Grandma's going to take out the Harvester, just try and slow down a little bit of Amber generation on that Mars side. But these tokens are going to start doing some work.
Ganger Chieftain kills your token.
This one, you say?
Yeah.
And we'll have a
Oh,
Ganger
that's-
Chieftain taken out. Ooh, and that's the double pip Talent Scout.
Your
It's a sad
turn.
one to get
You flip
tokenized.
6.
In a minute, yes.
Backno
So
probably
face
pretty
down.
happy to see that though.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6.
Okay, well,
Ready?
it's really unfortunate for Backno, I'm sure, to see those Ganger Chieftains so low in the deck. Would have just been a little bit more help early on to, yeah, just get more push from that Brobnar board. But doing a bit here, these warriors all have to fight this board off before they can do anything. Problem is if we had a redraw into Brick Nasty, I haven't been able to see his hand. So I'm not quite sure what we're looking at, but definitely a tough stop. Wow, Tough spot for back no. Ben the Monkey thinking through options, seeing both that Ranrive and Drumble in the discard pile means you basically just got to get to 9 once. Unless Backno has the think twice, but
Jarl will fight the Ganger Chieftain.
okay, we are going Brobnar.
Healthy one. 5
Jarl
damage,
Sven's going to kill one
2
Ganger
token
Chieftain, make a
creatures.
token. And then make a second token because of their propaganda. Two more fights.
Gain an
Ooh,
Ember,
Berserker Slam.
4 damage to him.
3 of those in a deck just does so much work. Killing the Bramo, dropping another Amber off of
That
Backno's
was
pool.
first use of a
Fight
Warrior.
once more with the Rowdy, or with the Warrior.
So then we will reap 3
And then
times
we'll
damage
see
to
3 reaps with those Warriors to go to
Check with 8.
Yep.
8.
All right.
Draw 1. Ready. What turn are we on? 14?
You are on turn 15.
15.
Damn. All right. I will play this dash.
Okay, so we saw that unlock gateway in the hand there, so we are going to see.
I will. How many cards? You have 6. May I check a grave?
Yep. Jarl's ready.
I think what other creatures we haven't seen in Dis yet.
That's 1, 2, 3.
So I guess he's going to play one more Essence Scale and then pop the gateway.
I
Just
felt
buy himself a
pretty
turn,
safe
try and find some more
knowing
answers.
that you don't have a lot of problem on your hand. So I will say fear on Jarl.
Okay, Fears the
Then
Jarl
I
Sven, back
will
to hand.
Essence Scale, destroy a friendly creature, and then unlock it.
And then there's the gateway.
Irony X will create a token creature.
Surely.
Interesting call there on
And
Jarl Sven.
that ends my turn. I have 3. I'll draw 3 more.
It doesn't matter a whole lot except that Ben the Monkey just went Brobnar, so probably not super wanting to go back in, so a little bit of hand clogging there.
I think.
See if the other
Let's
talent
go
scout
ahead
comes down.
forward.
That could be really helpful information for Ben the
I know the
Monkey.
feeling.
But Backno definitely in a tight spot here with still 0 keys forged. I believe 4 Amber. And possibly 1 Amber away from
We'll make another one.
losing
Go
game 2, which
Mars,
would send
target
us to
the
game
hand.
3. We'll
Next
see what Ben the Monkey
Harvester.
can do.
Clone home. Totem creature.
Drop a Harvester, get the clone home.
Clone home.
Second clone home with the Amber Pip.
Token creature. Archives. Mark 2. Token
And we're
creature.
just going to refill with tokens there.
You know how confident we're feeling? We're feeling so confident we're going to discard Kaboom.
See Kaboom get discarded. Not super relevant at this point of the game.
Regret that later. And we have 4, and we'll draw 2.
Oh, these are ready.
Finally. Check at 9.
Finally, I think I will lose. You get what I understand by this deck feeling like drowning if it doesn't pop off. Okay, so we have one last Hail Mary. I'll play Locus. Yes. This guy. This guy.
So got the Logos call. Gonna drop some dudes.
Wild Wormhole.
Let's go.
And the last
I'm rooting
ditch
for you.
Wild
I really
Wormhole.
want you to get it.
They're exhausted.
Hollowfest.
Not even
Let's
sure
see
I
it.
have anything in here.
Ah.
Then if the rest of them will come from.
All right. So
Oh my god.
game 2 goes to Ben the
Damn,
Monkey.
both
We
my
are
game teams
tied
different.
one
both my
one,
game teams
and
were hiding in the bottom 5
that game
tiles.
looks so different
Yeah,
from game
that's-
1.
that's
Just
the
very very
magic
different.
of
Much
Keyforge.
more
That was rough.
So keep the
just much better control of the board. I think we saw some really
I need to
unlucky
break out for
early
that
draws
one.
for Backno,
What
missing the
happens? It
Ganger
does the
Cheat
magical
and seeing
combo.
the Grim Reminder so early. Just not what he wanted. And then of course the wild wormhole into Hollowfest, giving Ben the Monkey that information. Dramatic Backno. I missed what he said.
I didn't make one video.
Oh, but just with the wild wormhole, yeah.
63
That's great. You got to do it, right? I don't even know if he has anything he could draw into there.
I'm going for the record.
Did he?
63?
Because Rant and Rive and Drumble were both in the discard.
To go into time rules is the worst feeling in the fucking
Yeah.
game.
All right, let's update these scores real quick.
Because at Gen Con, I only made A2 because the other person didn't understand the going.
And
time rules.
my
They had
goodness,
all
I might
the
need to hit the
two
bathroom
other
before these
ones.
guys start again.
You see me whenever I sit down
These
with
are
you guys, I'm like,
some
I can
long
walk
games.
you
Somebody
through-
must have
yeah,
known.
walk you through
I didn't help
everything.
stream
Still
all
there's
weekend,
sometimes that will-
and then they're like, "Oh yeah, you can do the
How long?
you can do the alliance
Bring me back within 6
semifinals and then the opens," and it's just like two worlds collide decks purging each other to oblivion for an hour and a half, and then the no, let's see. That was the. I'm even confusing the games now. I need to go. I need a nap, is what I need. I'm struggling. Yeah. Alliance semifinals was Scholars versus the Mass Mutation deck. That one wasn't crazy long. That was just one game. Then it was the Alliance Open Championship was a marathon, and now this one is even longer marathon. So, but you know what? These are awesome games. There's so much cool interaction here. Nothing feels like a blowout. Like it, it's great stuff. This is what we want to see for Worlds, and so I'm here for it. At least as long as my voice holds out. I'm out of water. I need to find like a runner for me. Actually, I can do it. I'm gonna leave you guys on here. You can hear the table for however much you can hear it, and I will come back in 5 seconds for game 3.
I really didn't want you to know that I'm really more quick.
so important that you don't know that. So
Especially with that interaction.
right. So it turns out just so you just for your own information. So if I mass bot out like thermal line, everything goes to my hand, and you don't get amber for those ones. It's destroyed about triggers, but
But not just destroyed in this way.
so you would have just gotten one amber when the two creatures I killed, and given you a hand
You
where
like
you
that
had no
and
so you had no Brotnar in your hand, and I would have given you a bunch of tile stuff in your hand, but you would have
basically to rebuild the board, but it would take a turn.
and you had Rant and Rive in your hand. But if you didn't have Rant and Rive, that would have absolutely been my move.
Yeah, but it was only you only had like 3 cards left in the deck, I think, at that time. So the chances of not having it somewhere accessible.
Oh yeah. Oh well, I've seen it. I had town stuff. And I know it was
Oh
cool.
right.
It was
Right,
there,
yeah, you
it was
already
there
knew
for a
that.
fact.
Oh, damn.
Yep, stretch it out.
That was rude. 20 Ember Rant and Rive is so fun.
Look, I was just hoping not to lose too fast. Like I know you played around my rant and rive, but I honestly think that if you had just played into it and allowed me to take a bunch of amber, then you could have exploited the fact that it wasn't in play
It
anymore.
took me a lot of mental convincing to get up, even though I had a town scout to know that I would have forged, to use my forced retirement because I wanted to force retirement mass buyout in one turn.
Yep.
And to get to so like holding on to that was going to be big.
You guys ready?
Oh,
I mean, if you need another minute.
I am not getting it. Yeah, the ceremony is going to be.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I'll try to put myself out of my misery quick.
I'm not.
Okay. So I ask you this important question.
Right.
Who would you like to go first?
All right.
Let's see if you agree with my logic.
I would very much like to go first.
Oh. Okay. I say I made the wrong choice. I see. And what you last turn you did the 5 cards, right? That was your last turn?
I'll stall back.
I love
I
that.
like I said.
Okay,
the
we
best
are
thing
getting
for
ready
him, but
for
it's a good
game
second or third.
3. I really don't know if they're going to start ceremonies in here just while this is going.
Oh my God,
We'll
that
see.
was
Maybe they'll
such
do
a
the Q&A
long
instead.
match. Just
But
kill me quick
regardless,
this time.
I'm here
I
for
don't
this
want-
I'm
game.
gonna be quick.
I don't
can.
want an Arden hero poster anyway. I want the other
Want
guy.
something good. I want to be back and forth, and I want to see someone qualify for Worlds.
I'm getting a frame thingy?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, am I gonna get a print out a poster of my deck? For the
So now,
That's okay.
as both
I
of
like
these
the
players,
thingy
what are you looking for
Oh,
turn
those
1?
are
I
the
think
decks that were on.
Backno's still looking for kind of what he had game 1. I think
Nice.
early Hollowfest is
I was
fine,
wondering
but
what
even if you
actually
just see a few Brobnar creatures early, just to really start pushing that board presence pressure,
But all 32.
it's huge. So if you can do that, I think the Logos is just a little interesting. Like the bat drones and stuff, just not being able to get off the, just not really being able to fire in these games. Same with the, what are the other
That's
ones?
funny.
Can you sign it? Do you know
Armadrones.
It's not a big deal, but it's surprising.
I wish I did actually.
Me too, I wish I did.
So there's just a few
I'm
dead
just
turns you
holding
kind of
that
have
over.
to
I
take
know-
with
I
the
know
Logos to
free
really get to what you're looking for.
I know how to say a couple of choice words.
Usually the nice words.
Oh, no, those are the ones I know.
Okay, and we're gonna do a quick reshuffle here.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna put Essence Scale at the top of your deck. So, I mean, sorry, reminder on top of your deck.
The funny thing about you guys doing this and putting that's exactly how I do it every week. So I think it's absolutely charming that you guys.
You gave me a good card last time.
Oh, I did.
I think you gave me Brain Dart.
I mean, you kind of gave me a good cut too. Like Lash ended up being kind of clutch.
You say is the one that didn't 14, but yes.
And then this one is just for you.
If you're Ben the Monkey, I think you're still looking for similar start to game 2, especially with the clone homes. It's crazy just incrementally how important it was to just keep having one more creature on the board, especially for when you took those Brobnar turns that are already so valuable with the Berserker Slams. If you already have a couple tokens on the board too, for when you put like Brick Nasty down, just made a huge difference. So, great handshake. I think these guys are excited to see what happens game 3. I'm excited to see what happens game 3. Looks like Backno is getting
I mean, I'm taking my time.
first turn here.
And
Yep.
I don't think I took very long on turns. It just that one decision, but all right.
Do you wanna, real quick? Do you want to do that thing where we spell high?
Oh, sure.
I'm the top one apparently. So
I mean, so here's the H with the bar.
And they're both all about the
be
camera service.
Okay.
I love it. This is fantastic. Just this community. I love Keyforge. Hello, guys. Love to see it. So glad you guys are still in it here.
This is all for me, my own benefit when I watch the stream later.
Excited to keep
I
going.
don't know how many people are watching.
Still super
they're
congenial with
watching
each other.
for
Like
sure.
this is so good.
Okay.
I'm
so
right. I'm out of
with
words,
that
so I'm just gonna say that.
announced,
I love it.
I will announce that I will mulligan.
I love the difference in the two mats too, because they're the exact opposite, right? Like Backno is the one that's trying to do the Brobnar punching, and Ben the Monkey is. I guess he's not doing bot stuff, but I would say his deck is a lot less,
Think about
well, berserker-ish than
Usually a good
Backnose, but they got the opposite play mats there, so they're both trying to be unassuming. Subvert expectations.
So I just wanted to pass along real quick to both of you.
Okay, so we got a shuffle from Ben the Monkey here. Go for a mulligan.
Where things are. You guys are going to continue playing your match. You will still have an untimed match. But the award ceremony will go forward.
Good.
So they'll do the announcements and do everything there. We will then do yours, of course, when your guys' match is finished. But of course, I just wanted to let you know when you start hearing things, of course, in the other room, that is why. But you guys do not feel rushed, do not feel pressured. Finish your match as intended.
Perfect. That honestly takes pressure off. That's great.
It's hilarious. They now have 83 minutes up on the timer. They know what's gonna happen this game. They're not fooling themselves. Okay. Just again going through our full reshuffle.
So if something pops up.
Yep. If nothing comes back, and we're all three dead. I don't know what happened.
Starvation.
Starvation. Don't even get there.
Well, it won't be finished, of course. I see the dream.
I'm sorry.
That's making me nervous.
I'm sorry.
Now that you said
Starvation.
sorry, you jinxed it. Do you mind putting it on the floor?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I asked him before. I didn't see it. But I will tell you that if it comes to starvation, I'm sorry, but I will eat you both.
Can we start with him?
I can't.
Both players talking in chat still and laughing. So good.
It may just be whoever's closer.
We could eat the Keyforge decks first.
I was talking to someone today who
Yeah.
I think she said her brother or husband plays Yu-Gi-Oh a lot, and just the difference between the tournaments that he goes to for that and the tournaments for this of
I like
just
having mulliganed L3 games.
I don't know.
Yep,
Keyforge is something special. I'll say that. Not just how the game is designed, but the crowd that it has attracted and that is here this weekend, and even that is watching. Like, it's just so different because there could be people even watching on stream that are trying to, down talk opponents and stuff, and no one's doing that. Everyone wants everyone to play their best and stuff, and it's so great.
They might need those little things to go.
Okay, I'll start. I'll just hit you with a wild wormhole.
Great.
And around you go, steps
Turn 1 wild wormhole, and it is not Hollowfest, so that's better, but Tropic Swirl is still not what you want to see there either, with no creatures on the board. Kind of a bummer. But, you just got to rip it. Can't not play wild wormhole.
We'll go Brobnar. Nasty. Ragnarok.
Ooh, early brick nasty. We've got the Ragnarok prep to remove 1 amber there. And that is it. Yeah, it's incredible, Dave. Like, just this whole weekend.
I'll go Logos.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's just been blast. Ooh, gonna get the think twice early on here for the Tropic Swirl. I get at least some value out of it, but not even too much because they're both giants. So just for 1 amber. Did he take 2 amber for that? I believe he. Oh, he had, yeah. Brick Nasty has 2 traits because it has the Bracken trait. So that is my bad on that one. We do see that clone home with the Amber Pip come down early. That is huge.
Clone home.
We saw both clone homes. Oh man, that's not what you want to see if you're back no here. How much value Ben the Monkey got out of those last game. That's rough. We're gonna have to try and really get this board under control fast. Luckily, he should be able to take care of this Brick Nasty pretty soon. It's almost dead here, but we'll see what he's got in response.
It doesn't feel great, but I think it's the best way. I'll play Logos, Archimedes.
Gonna go back into Logos. Batdrone is going to fight the Brick Nasty. 1 Amber stolen there.
And that actually ends my turn.
And that's all he'll do. I see a couple discards in there, but I think just, it's a really tough call, but probably the correct one because there's just going to be more and more tokens coming on the board really fast here, and you've got to stop them from getting that extra value.
Mars, Archive to hand.
Double tokens.
Batminder.
Okay, we go back into Mars. We get the Vatminder down,
Clone home.
and we're just going to keep pumping out these tokens.
Archives. Clone home.
And it's just a rough cycle here for Backno to get out of with those two. I think we were saying beforehand, that was what Ben the Monkey really wanted to see early on, was at least one of those just to get it going early to build this board up. And unfortunately for Backno, he's found that. So
My turn?
Yep.
see, Gateway is good, but it still leaves a token on the board. Oh, and we see the early Grim Reminders again too. So Backno just not seeing the cards he wants to see in the order he wants them.
My turn. I have 3.
Essence Scale down and the Drumble as well. Drawing 3, staring down a lot of warriors. At the moment, though, 5 of those warriors would still have to fight. I I wouldn't be surprised if Ben the Monkey just goes back into Mars. The fact that he can't reap with the Harvester is huge for Backno. Like, this could be way scarier at the moment. But maybe a little bit of breathing room just because of that. But not much.
Rowdy Scald.
Got a Rowdy Scald coming down.
In Amber.
Fresh marks to put Amber on all 3 of those creatures.
3.
And then we're just going to see some fighting.
Not used a warrior yet, so we're going to do warrior, to Archimedes.
Taking out the Archimedes first, just to make sure there's no archiving, especially of that Drumble.
Bat drone.
We got the Bat Drone. It looks like he's going to be able to just get to check here because he'll get to reap with 1 token after all these fights.
6.
Yeah.
Check at 6.
Can't see them all, but he's saying check at 6, and I'm pretty sure that math checks out.
4, draw 2, check at 6.
Heartbreaking for Backno. This is definitely not the start you want to see game 3. Can't tell. I see some more discards in there. I don't know if I saw the gateway or not.
Yeah. I will play Brobnar. Screech Bomb.
So you see a Brobnar turn, you see a Bramo come down, and then just the Rant and Rive for the Amber chooses not to hold it this time.
have 3. I will draw.
And that will be the turn.
Travel's ready.
So Bramo slows these warriors down very slightly. He has to fight 2 of them in there to kill it, but really rough spot for Backno here.
Robner.
Needs to find some of that value in Brobnar really quickly.
Fight into him, 3 damage.
Okay, so quick call back
Awesome.
from Ben the
Fight
Monkey
again.
to
No, 1 second. Yeah, yes, but let's do 3 damage. Foul blood.
going to Brobnar. Oh, he's got the Vow Blood, so it doesn't even have to fight twice. Going to be able to just clear it off the board there, and it's going to have 5 Reaps to go back to check for key 2.
Check at 6.
That will be it though, so not drawing,
Draw 1.
only drawing 1 card there, but
This. I'll use Fear.
okay, so going into this, we're going to see a Fear bouncing one of the tokens back to hand. Don't get to see what that was.
Kill these 2.
See the
Screech Bomb.
Terror and Toxin. Screech Bomb is going to take
That will
Ben the
end
Monkey
my
off
turn.
of check, opting not to use the Essence Scale just to, again, try and keep those warriors at bay a
5,
little
and I
bit.
draw 1 more.
Yep.
But scary thing is Ben the Monkey probably can just go back into Mars at this point and just repopulate this board while still gaining enough amber to go to check. Don't have the lash down for Backno yet. Rant and Rive we know is already gone. Drumble is already gone. Just not the order he wanted to see, and pretty similar to what he saw last game, which has to be frustrating.
Mars, pick up the hand.
Then the Monkey takes the archives, calling Mars.
Back to
Gonna
Ben.
see a generator come down as well, so the token machine is just getting at it.
Brain Dart, gain an Ember. 1 damage
Brain
on the
Dart is
terror,
going
and then
to add some
Toxin.
steel to all that.
Capture and enrage.
Going to damage the terror so that the warriors can kill it for 1 warrior trade, and then enraging the toxin so it doesn't get to discard.
Harvester's gonna put another damage on the terror.
Yeah, for sure, but this is not that kind of Keyforge you want, for sure.
Clone home.
Just a lot of early clunk that Ben the Monkey didn't see here.
Archives.
There's that first clone home, and
home.
second clone home is going to make another one. Generator should put us up to 7 tokens. We do have a second harvester down now as well, which is going to make those Mars turns even more brutal. Yeah. Reaps to 8.
Let's check at 8. Draw 2.
And that's the turn. So check at 8 for Ben the Monkey for key 2.
Mini group think tank. Kill.
Backno going into Logos, going to use a mini group think tank to take
Reverse
out
Starter
one
Camp
of those
and
warriors,
draw.
drop a few more
I have 3.
Logos creatures, and yeah, just not much he can do about this.
Forge for 6.
If he doesn't draw the Brobnar, it's just really going to struggle to catch up here. The Warriors do have a lot they have to fight into, so they're not just going to reap to win here, but you know, we haven't even seen an Equidon turn hardly at all yet, so Ben the Monkey could just have a pretty big swing turn from that without even needing to use his board.
Scout.
Uh,
Damage.
that looks like
Talent Scout.
Talent Scout, yep. So the Talent Scout with 1 Amber Pip. plenty of fine options. If you have the generous offer in hand, you're really tempted, yep, to take that Dust Imp.
Take the dust.
Just for a nice 4 amber swing there.
Talent Scout.
Damage pip goes on the Talent Scout, as he has done. Oh, or a mass buyout.
Tourist trap.
Tourist Trap will make another token, deal a damage to the Talent Scout. Still doesn't reduce the amount of amber Backno will get from mass buyout, but so 11. So Ben the Monkey would get 7 off of a mass buyout right here.
Buyout. That's 6 amber. 2,
Plus dust
4,
imp.
6,
Yeah.
8. Iron EX. Vat Miner, make the token creature.
Thanks, Aramis. I was not expecting to do this today, and I was also not expecting these games to be, you know, hour and a half slogs, but they've been incredible games. I'm super happy to have been able to do it, and yeah, again, just huge thanks to the guys that brought their stuff to set it up, because I didn't have the stuff, and yeah, it's been an awesome weekend. So
Yes.
just glad I can
Check it. 13.
be a small part of it.
You see my hand.
Indeed I have.
That's a GG.
And there's the game. 2-1 to Ben the Monkey after a really brutal slog for both players. Yeah, and you can just see Backno going through his deck there, just showing like how much of that Brobnar was just stuck at the bottom of his deck. Just game 2 and game 3 were just deck out of order very much for what he was wanting there. But both really awesome decks.
I don't know.
Cool to see a Vault Master. I know a lot of people will not think that that's cool, but I wanted to see what they could do. I wanted to see if one could get here, because I wasn't sure if they could. But this is something really, really, really interesting to see it make it here.
Good luck, man.
But
Sorry
also cool to see the Ooze win. I'm trying to remember its exact record from Vault Tours. I know it's been to several, but that is a
That's a good deck.
automatic Worlds qualification for Ben the Monkey for 2024. So that's also huge for him. Great job, both these players, though. Again, this was the biggest field to wade through this weekend. So if you wanted to win one of the 4 tournaments going on, this was the largest field to get through, aside from the sealed, of course. But yeah, both of these guys worked really, really hard to get here. I don't know, Pack. I don't have a clue what the pricing is for this. And I don't see anyone nearby that could tell me. Let me see if these guys know. So I just checked with the TTR guys, and they said the World's Invite is the only thing that was on the table for this tournament. That's really brutal. Yeah, there might be some words about that later in the Q&A as well, but yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch it back. To me really quick. That was a crazy run of games over here. Both of the Open finals took way more time than the World finals, which is just interesting. And they looked so much different too. The Alliance finals especially looked way different than what we saw. Lots of variety. I love seeing all the variety. It's awesome to see that that's still happening in this game. Lots of fantastic players from all over the world doing well, winning placing second. Love it. I'm gonna cut you guys off here because I need to go to the bathroom and take a nap. And they're gonna start doing the announcements here. But thank you all so much for watching this. Please give huge thanks to Murph for bringing all this stuff along to stream this, and we'll knock it off here. See ya.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much to Orion. Oh, that was such a long game. They did an amazing job. Hopefully, you gave Orion a lot of love. They deserve it. They did amazing. Thank you so much to them for taking over the stream. Thank you much everyone for watching, and congratulations to those two players for playing an incredibly grueling match, and so making good plays at the end of it. So that is going to be it for me today. I'm going to be closing the stream out here. They're going to be going to a Q&A very soon. So make sure to keep an eye out on YouTube, youtube.com/@FudgeNair117. All the stuff will be up there. Go check it out. And yeah, please follow Phloxem all at twitch.tv/Phloxem_all. They are phenomenal. Go follow Tabletop Royale. Support all the Keyforge content creators. And you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. We'll see you later.